The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Tuesday, July 21st, 2022 is hereby called to order. Let me say welcome to everyone, and I apologize for our delay. I just wanted to welcome each of you here to the legislature as well. For those of you who are being here for the first time, welcome. Don't be a stranger. This is the people's house. Therefore, it's your house. You can see we have a beautiful investment here, and I pray that we'll take good care of it so that we don't have to be renting any place in a hurry. We're here today to meet with the players in the banking and financial institutions and get a better understanding of the health of this industry, specifically here in the territory, which affects all of us. Later on this afternoon, we should be hearing from the players within the tourism industry, to include the stakeholders about their posturing for the upcoming increased cruise ship passengers that we should be seeing on St. Croix. But before we get into our discussions today, I am pleased to announce that the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands has begun its legislature's Youth Summer Employment Program, and a number of students began working this morning. I want to welcome each and every one of them to their positions. We've assigned youngsters in various government entities and in the private sector. Some of the government agencies, I know that my office has assigned individuals were to the Governor Juan Francisco Luis Hospital, to the Department of Public Works, and also to the election systems. And I wanted to get those youngsters involved in the areas that they show some interest. The election system is an interesting one. Of course, our healthcare field and our future engineer with the Department of Public Works. I just want to say again, congratulations to not just those who came on under my office, but all who are participating in this program. And we wish you well, and we hope that you learn something and continue to further yourself in the fields that you're looking ahead to. Also, I wanted to recognize, just before we begin, Miss Michelle Smith again, who took home another gold medal on Father's Day. I know her father is proud. And media, I want to just ask you if you have her picture, if you could just put it up for us. This is another youngster putting us even more on the map. We're already on the map, but more again with her expertise in track. She has dominated that track that I've seen in all my life, and I just want to say congratulations to her. And those of you on St. Croix, I heard her dad on the radio this morning bursting in proud, and he's asking that that we all join him as she comes in to St. Croix this evening. Hopefully the flight is on time, and if so, she should be in at 8:45 this evening. So I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading, let's go out and show our support for this youngster as she returns home, and let's show her that we really appreciate what she's doing and continue to encourage her in what she's doing. So again, congratulations, Miss Michelle Smith. And to her parents, coaches, and all those who inspire her. At this time, I'll ask Madam Clerk just for a quorum call.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E.
Here.
Potter present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens present. Mr. Chairman, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell me that again? I'm sorry.
We have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you. We do have a quorum, and we're not discussing any bills. Even if we didn't have a quorum, we would have proceeded, but we do have a quorum. Thank you, colleagues. Any non-committee members in the St. Thomas Chambers before I move forward? Okay, none. Thank you. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed with from whom first?
Letter from Norvel E. Francis Jr., dated June 21st, 2022, to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens. Dear Senator Gittens, I am currently out of the territory and as such will be absent from the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture hearing scheduled for today, 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on St. Croix. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Norvel E. Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, 34th Legislature. Letter from the Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, dated June 21st, 2022. Dear Chairperson Gittens, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival for today's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kind regards, Donna A. Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, those are the correspondences.
I didn't understand what you said at the end, Mr. Chairman.
Those are the correspondences.
Okay, thank you. Please mark Senator Francis as excused, and we'll see the Senate President once she gets here. Can we do the introduction of the, before we go there, Madam Clerk, can you read the first block of the agenda into the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will be meeting on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on St. Croix. This hearing is to receive testimony from Virgin Islands banking and financial institutions representatives, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, Hotel and Tourism Association, Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, and the Virgin Islands Taxi Association regarding each entity's operation, capital projects, and initiatives. This hearing will be conducted in person. However, support may participate remotely. Block 1, 10 a.m. The committee will hear testimony from banking and financial institution on the overall state of banking in the territory, from the ability of Virgin Islanders to obtain credit, the impact of global economic trends and rising interest rates, customer service, etc. Invited testifiers are as follows: Glendina Matthews, Acting Director, Lieutenant Governor's Office, Banking, Insurance, Financial Regulations. Atalia Bertrand, Manager, Oriental Bank. Christina Williams, Community President, Bank of St. Croix. Oren Roebuck, Senate Vice President, Banco Popular. Julia Crispin, Manager, Mid-Island Federal Credit Union. Patrice Canton, Manager, Frederickstead Federal Credit Union. Valdemar Collins, Senior Vice President, First Bank. Mr. Chairman, that is the first block of the agenda.
Thank you. So the first block is with the banking and financial institutions. I'll start on my left. You're right. You could just identify yourself and your position, please, and we'll move to your left. Please turn on the testifiers' mics, media, please. And make sure your green light is on if it's on the mic, I think. Okay. Go ahead.
Christiana Williams, Community President, Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank.
Thank you.
Good morning, Attorney Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation under the Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Oren Roba, Senior Vice President and Region Manager, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands Region.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Atala Bertrand Rogers, Regional Manager, Oriental Bank, USVI.
Oh, one second. Can you say it one more time?
Good morning,
Okay.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Regional Manager, Oriental Bank, USVI.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Julia Crispin, Mid-Island Federal Credit Union.
Morning. Thank you. And can we do a systems check? We have, I believe, Mr. Collins online, and I'm not sure who else we have up online for the first block, but I do see Mr. Collins.
Good morning, Valdemir Collins, Senior Vice President, First Bank, and USVI Business Director.
Thank you. Welcome. The other two that I'm seeing online, are you here for the first block?
Yes, good morning. Dolores McLean, General Counsel for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Cheryl Charleswell, Interim Assistant Director, Chief Examiner Insurance, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
Thank you. I see someone else. The First Bank. You're probably muted. We're not hearing you.
I apologize. Good morning. My name is Dina Perry Malone. I'm the Vice President and USVI Market Manager, here to support Mr. Collins.
So First Bank.
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. I know that, but I wanted the community to know that. Thank you. Attorney Matthew, you brought back up?
Yes, I did.
Today's going to be a good day. We're just looking for a good discussion. We'll start off with the testimony. Let me just ask everyone that's online to please mute your devices and just try to remember to unmute before you testify and before you respond. And I was asking the testifiers present here with us that prior to your response of any questions by any senator, please put your name and title on the record. All right? Let me just recognize one of our big community supporters here in the chambers with us. Wow. You see, now you're going to make me call you by your nickname. I don't even remember your actual government title, but we call her Chihuahua. She's known in our tourism industry, but she decided to stay and listen to the discussion. So again, welcome to the People's House.
My name is Marilyn Joyce Charles.
Marilyn Joyce Charles, also known as Chihuahua. Welcome. Thank you. So we'll begin with the testimonies, and we'll begin with the Lieutenant Governor's Office, Office of Banking and Insurance. My classmate, welcome back again.
Good morning.
Might need a seat here. This is about your third time.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Very busy before the legislature.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Committee Chairman, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, and honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other senators present today, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I am Attorney Glendina P. Matthew, Interim Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation within the Office of Lieutenant Governor, appearing on behalf of the Honorable Trugenza A. Roach Esquire in his capacity as Chairman of the Virgin Islands Banking Board. I most respectfully appear before you today to provide testimony on the division's operation, capital projects, and initiative regarding banking. I am accompanied today by Attorney Suzette Richards, the Division Legal Counsel, who's outside in the audience, Attorney Dolis McLean, Legal Counsel for the Lieutenant Governor and General Counsel for the entire Lieutenant Governor's Office, and Ms. Cheryl Charleswell, Interim Assistant Director and Chief Examiner Insurance. I begin my testimony by providing an overview of the United States Virgin Islands banking regulatory structure. Pursuant to 9 VIC Section 61, all banks, and to the extent of and with respect to business done at any branches established in the United States Virgin Islands, all foreign banks doing business in the Virgin Islands shall be regulated and supervised by the Banking Board. The Banking Board of the Virgin Islands, as established under the Office of Lieutenant Governor, is comprised of a 6-member board. The Lieutenant Governor, Trugenza A. Roach Esquire, serves as the chairman of the Banking Board. In accordance with Section 62, the division serves as the administrative arm of the Banking Board and is responsible for investigating and examining domestic and foreign banks with respect to business done at any branches established in the Virgin Islands. The division has a dual mandate to equally regulate the banking industry and serve as a consumer protection agency. As the local regulator, the division examiners participate in the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation examinations, and that's the FDIC, of licensed banks in the territory, as well as investigate consumer complaints. Section 62I provides, in lieu of an examination required or authorized in Section 62, an examination made in the same year by the FDIC, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System of the Federal Reserve Bank may be accepted by the Banking Board. Banks licensed in the territory are subject to dual supervision of both federal and state regulators. All banks in the Virgin Islands are duly licensed. The Banking Board issued this year renewal licenses to 4 foreign branches, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, First Bank Virgin Islands, Oriental Bank, and a division of United Fidelity, Bank of St. Croix. In addition, Merchant Commercial Bank, a locally owned commercial bank chartered in the Virgin Islands since 2006, has been issued a renewal license. Notwithstanding, the Banking Board and the division continue to perform their due diligence to secure the safe and sound conduct of the banking business in the Virgin Islands and prevent unsound practices. The division has engaged in discussions with stakeholders such as the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, other regulatory agencies, and licensed banking institutions to consider possible banking initiatives in the Virgin Islands and address consumer-related issues. Despite the coronavirus disease 2019, during after COVID-19 pandemic, the Banking Board held virtual meetings in year 2021 in the months of February and June to address the range of consumer protection concerns raised by account holders in the Virgin Islands. Also addressed in the meetings were Banco Popular inability to provide its customers on St. John access to a bank-owned ATM machine on St. John, the system conversion from Scotiabank to Oriental, and post-transition complaints received, the temporary closures of several branches or limited access to the bank's platform by its customers because of COVID-19 exposures, as well as shortages in staff and the consolidation of banks branches in the territory. Most recently, on April 21st and the 22nd, 2022, the Banking Board held its first in-person Banking Board meeting since the beginning of the pandemic. This was a two-day hybrid Banking Board meeting with licensed banks in the Virgin Islands and the Economic Development Bank, a subdivision of the U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. The meeting was held to receive reports on the state of each bank and the banking products and services available to customers in the territory. During the meeting, the members of the Banking Board, as well as the division staff, queried each bank's senior management on different topics. Discussions focused on availability of construction loans to Virgin Island residents, new products that were available, operational updates, and information relevant to customer service. As it relates to the availability of construction loans in the territory, one bank indicated it does not offer construction loans. Senior bank officials from all the banks also reported improvement and growth in their loan offering and advancements in technology, in digital access. All banks indicated they were faced with staff shortages, which resulted in temporary closures of branches or limited platform services. To that end, the issue of customer service has been included in the previous discussion. As such, I will focus my remaining testimony on the ability of Virgin Islands to obtain credit and the global economic trends and on rising interest rates. Ability of Virgin Islands to obtain credit. A person's ability to receive credit is based on a person's creditworthiness. Creditworthiness is generally defined as the ability of a customer to repay their debt to a lender and not default. In deciding whether to extend credit, banks usually consider information such as credit history, credit score, debt-to-income ratio, available assets, length of credit history, new credit, and the number of liabilities the person have outstanding. The division recognizes there are persons in the Virgin Islands that are unable to obtain credit from financial institutions for diverse reasons. A determination by a bank whether to extend credit to an individual is done on a case-by-case basis. Therefore, each denial of credit must be reviewed on its own merit. If you are denied credit, you should first request from the lender an Equal Credit Opportunity Act notice, which should provide the major reason for the denial of credit. 12 CFR Section 1002.9b, Consumer Financial Protection Act, provides a creditor must disclose to the person seeking credit the principal reason for denying the credit application. In order to become creditworthy, you must address the major reason you were denied credit. Persons who have been denied credit should take the time to understand what needs to be done to become creditworthy. Services such as credit counseling, etc., help persons understand the do's and don'ts about credit and how to become creditworthy. It is never too late to improve creditworthiness. Financial literacy is a key to having good credit. For many of us, the discussion of credit only commences when you are seeking a loan to purchase a car or a mortgage. However, this discussion should commence way in advance of a potential purchase. In fact, these discussions should begin at the elementary school level. While we are teaching children how to add and subtract money, we should also teach them how to manage money and maintain good credit. For further information, you can visit the division webpage on the Lieutenant Governor's Office website, ltg.gov.vi. We have a brochure which speaks to improving your credit and what is required. As it relates to the global economic trend and rising interest rates, The increased demand for products coupled with supply shortages throughout the world as the global economy bounces back from the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on the Russian invasion on Ukraine are sending inflation to new highs. Food, gas, and shelter costs are on the rise. The rising costs can be seen in many countries, including the United States and its territories, meaning the Virgin Islands. To slow down inflation, central bankers who manages each country's currency and monetary policy have raised interest rates. Federal Reserve System is the central bank of the United States with a dual mandate to maximize employment while keeping prices stable. Thus, because of the increasing inflation, on Wednesday, June 15, 2022, the Federal Reserve increased interest rates by 75 base points or 0.75 percentage points. This was the third increase this year and the most aggressive single move by the Federal Reserve since 1994. The Federal Reserve rates increased by 1.5 percentage point this year, which is in proximity with the Federal Reserve benchmark interest rate of 1.75. Like the United States, other central banks such as United Kingdom, New Zealand, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil has also raised their rates. At least 45 countries have raised interest rates in 2022. What does this mean to consumers in the Virgin Islands? Consumers will see an increase in interest rates on mortgages, credit cards, and personal loans. More specifically, persons seeking to obtain new credit will see high interest rates than they've seen in the recent past years. If the action taken by the Federal Reserve is unsuccessful, a recession in the United States is possible, which may affect the Virgin Islands. Thus, we must continue to monitor whether the action taken by the Federal Reserve is sufficient to slow down and increase economic growth. Chairman Gittins, member of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other senators present today, and the listening and viewing audience, the division's hardworking staff and the Virgin Island Banking Board continue to be committed to regulating the banking sector in the territory and protecting the interests of Virgin Islands residents. And as such, we respectfully offer our comments. This concludes the division's testimony. We thank you for the opportunity granted to the division to appear before you today. We are prepared to respond to your questions.
Thank you so much, Attorney Matthew from Banking and Insurance within the division, within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. That's it for your section, right? No one else?
That is correct.
Okay.
The persons online is just support.
Okay. And I'm told that I may have made an error in today's date when I started. Today is Tuesday, July 21st, 2022. June, I'm sorry. Oh, that's what they were telling me. I was saying July, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Why am I rushing the months, huh? Thank you. June 21st, sorry. It's my month and I'm still rushing it. So thank you again. Now we'll hear from Ms. Bertrand, manager of Oriental Bank. Welcome to the Big Island.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Committee Chair Giddens and other committee members, other senators present, co-testifiers, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Atala Bertrand Rogers. I am the Regional Manager for Oriental Bank's business in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Oriental Bank is an FDIC-insured commercial bank with approximately $10 billion in total assets that serves the islands of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Oriental offers a full range of banking products in the U.S. Virgin Islands, including commercial and consumer deposit accounts and residential mortgage, consumer, and commercial loans. Our mission is to help make possible the progress of our clients, employees, shareholders, and the communities we serve. Based on Oriental's experience in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the current economic situation appears to be improving, with rising inflation and interest rates presenting near-term economic risks. As of the end of 2021, all of our consumer loan portfolios reflected significant improvements. Non-performing loans in our residential mortgage loan portfolio decreased 47% from the prior year. The consumer and auto loan portfolios improved even more, with decreases of non-performing loans of 72% and 67% respectively from the prior year. These improvements are further supported by the significant decrease in active moratoriums related to the pandemic at the end of last year. As a result of the pandemic, Oriental granted 255 moratoriums to clients in the U.S. Virgin Islands, covering loans in all portfolios with an aggregate balance of $32.3 million. Most of these moratoriums were granted in connection with residential mortgage loans. By the end of 2021, only 10 residential mortgage loans remained subject to a moratorium with an aggregate balance of $1.3 million. Clients were able to transition out of their moratorium successfully, with substantial decreases in our non-performing loans. We believe that the decrease in non-performing loans, coupled with the decrease in active pandemic-related moratoriums, demonstrate important economic improvement in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as our borrowers have the disposable income to pay their financial obligations, notwithstanding the continuing public health risk of the pandemic. Since the end of last year, various global factors, including pandemic-related disruptions to supply chains, the ongoing war caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, increased liquidity from pandemic-related government stimulus, and increased demand as pandemic-related restrictions have eased, have combined to cause inflation to increase to its highest levels in over 30 years. We are all feeling the effects of this inflation, as increased gasoline and food prices are shrinking our disposable income. As a result, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve Bank has implemented successive interest rate increases in the federal funds rate and is expected to continue to aggressively implement increases until inflation is brought under control. These interest rate increases have already impacted the pricing for our residential mortgage loans, which are set in accordance with the guidelines established by the government-sponsored agency investors that purchase these loans, and the pricing for commercial loans that are generally tied to a floating rate index. Rising inflation and increasing interest rate presents a risk of reversing the positive trends that we have experienced in connection with our loan portfolios, as customers begin to be faced with difficult decisions as to where they allocate their resources. In addition, rising interest rates may impact demand for real estate and consequently their market values. It is difficult to say whether these risks will have a significant impact, as other factors, such as additional government stimulus, limited housing supply, and increased demand for tourism, may more than offset these risks. In any event, Oriental is prepared to address these risks if they materialize. Our principal business has successfully navigated through a recessionary economic environment in Puerto Rico for more than 15 years. We have loss mitigation programs and experienced staff that can help our clients through financial challenges. In conclusion, recent trends have demonstrated a much improved economic environment in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We are hopeful that these trends will continue, notwithstanding rising inflation and interest rates. Thank you for this opportunity, and I am available to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bertrand. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Williams, Bank of St. Croix.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, honorable attending Senate committee members and other senators present, my fellow colleagues and testifiers, as well as the listening public. My name is Christiana Williams. I am the community president of the Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank. I'm here to give testimony on the overall state of the Bank of St. Croix's operations in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as respond to specific questions related to the ability of Virgin Islanders to obtain credit, our customer service and banking operations, as well as the impact or potential impact of rising rates on our internal banking operations. United Fidelity Bank, Federal Savings Bank, headquartered in Indiana, following their acquisition of the Bank of St. Croix, Inc. in 2017, is entering its 5th year of operations in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Preparations are currently underway for completion of a 3rd branch location on the west end of St. Croix. In addition to the St. Croix branches, United Fidelity Bank operates in several Indiana cities and also has banking center locations in California, Illinois, Colorado, and Florida, bringing their total branch network to 20 offices in 6 states and territories. Since its founding over 100 years ago, United Fidelity Bank has a strong commitment to providing highly personalized community banking service through innovative financial solutions. In addition to traditional banking activities, United Fidelity Bank and its subsidiary, Village Capital Corporation, PEDCOR, also work to fulfill the ideals of its thrift charter through the development and financing of various multifamily affordable housing communities, having built over 20,000 apartments in the mainland United States. United Fidelity Bank operates their St. Croix branches located in Gallows Bay Marketplace and Peters Rest under the acquired trade name Bank of St. Croix. The Bank of St. Croix remained fully operational throughout the last 2 years, continuing to service our clients as the pandemic impacted the global community and the U.S. Virgin Islands. With recent acknowledgement by health and government officials of the endemic stage of the COVID response, United Fidelity Bank remains focused on protecting and managing the financial assets of our clients while providing them with continued access to priority financial services. Our website and social media platforms, as well as in-branch communications, continue to be frequently updated to advise clients of access protocols and pertinent operational procedures, as well as focusing on the continued availability of electronic service options designed to encourage social distancing. It is worth noting that United Fidelity Bank's financial commitment to customer communication and product advertising in the local St. Croix branches is more than all of their other market locations throughout the mainland United States. 5 years into its acquisition of the Bank of St. Croix branches, United Fidelity Bank continues to post steady growth in this market based on their availability of a wide array of consumer and commercial financial products. These options are designed to ensure customers have easy access to their funds, opportunities for increasing their earnings, and assistance in managing their business in a competitive environment. Our typical product offerings include checking and savings accounts, certificate of deposits, individual retirement accounts, and health savings accounts. In addition, United Fidelity Bank continues to continually update its suite of digital delivery products and automation tools. This continued commitment has allowed our clients the flexibility of remote access and transactional processing while minimizing physical contact, which was key during the pandemic and has resulted in greater efficiencies and improved productivity. The primary available digital products include Access Anytime Online and mobile app, and the Ultimate Access Business Banking Online and Biz Mobile app, through which clients are able to do a number of traditional banking functions digitally including mobile deposits and bill payments via their smart device. Commercial clients are also able to generate and release ACH and wire transactions. Online bill payment enhancements as well through our partnership with Zelle that allow for consumers to originate person-to-person payments with instant real-time transfer of funds. Card Manager mobile app, which allows our client base through a separate smartphone application to safeguard their card from fraud by notifying the bank of travel plans, limiting purchases by merchant type, and setting dollar limits on transactions. Also, the release of our contactless debit cards to our client base in 2021, and the production of same-day instant issue Visa-branded debit cards to clients at the time of account opening or in the case of disruption in use due to lost or stolen cards. At the Bank of St. Croix, our loan officers are also committed to helping clients find the right credit product to meet their individual needs. Mortgage demand has driven robust origination activity in the lending area over the past several years. On the commercial side of lending, we have also seen solid activity as businesses have begun seeking credit for more traditional needs as they've resumed their routine operations. Most recently, the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, which was implemented and managed by the SBA, provided small businesses with funds to cover payroll costs in the form of a fully forgivable loan in 2020 and a portion of 2021. United Fidelity Bank and Bank of St. Croix fully participated in all rounds of the PPP program, funding approximately 496 loans totaling roughly $41 million in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The PPP funds originating out of the St. Croix branches represented the largest quantity and volume of loans dispersed by United Fidelity Bank in any of its other single markets. Available financing options in the Bank of St. Croix lending portfolio include consumer credit products, residential mortgages, including conventional loans, 15, 20, and 30-year fixed-rate options, government loans, which include FHA, VA, and USDA loans, where approved lenders such as UFB fund the credit, but the federal government insures the loans in the event of a default. Commercial loans. The Bank of St. Croix also continues to offer commercial loan products, including term loans and lines of credits. These business loan options include commercial real estate purchases, commercial construction, investment property purchase and refinance, equipment loans, and letters of credit. UFB now has a dedicated SBA lender working out of our California office. We are actively seeking SBA lending opportunities in all markets and are pleased to offer clients additional options through the SBA lending program to meet their credit needs for the first time in St. Croix. The Bank of St. Croix is also able to offer customers industry-leading consumer and commercial credit card products issued through a third-party relationship with Elan. The Bank of St. Croix, division of United Fidelity Bank, has received an overall satisfactory rating for its lending practices and an outstanding rating for its community development practices in St. Croix as a result of the last federal examination by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, or OCC, CRA examination dated November 2020. It was noted by the OCC that while there are available financing products in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the lack of affordable housing inventory makes this a challenge for lenders in generating loan volume in the low to moderate income household category. The major factors contributing to the lending rating for United Fidelity Bank and Bank of St. Croix include the bank's reasonable distribution of residential and business loans throughout geographies of different income levels, to borrowers of different income levels, and to businesses of different sizes. The major factors contributing to the community development rating include excellent responsiveness to the community development needs of its assessment areas through community development loans, qualified investments, and the level of community development services offered in this community. The bank funded a number of community development loans in 2021 that helped revitalize and stabilize distressed middle-income census tracts, support job retention in businesses affected by COVID-19 and the lingering effects of Hurricane Maria. This remains an area of focus for the bank as we seek new ways to reinvest and support the communities that we serve. Specifically, as part of this overall goal in 2021, 41% of the residential mortgage loans originated by Bank of St. Croix were for properties located in the moderate income census tracts, and 11% for properties located in distressed middle income census tracts. 64% of our business loans were to companies located in low to moderate income census tracts, and 21% in distressed middle income census tracts. About 36% of these loans were to small businesses with annual revenues of less than $1 million. The bank also funded a number of grants and donations during 2021, supporting several nonprofit charitable organizations in St. Croix that serve low and moderate income clientele, homeless families and children, elderly and disabled individuals, at-risk youth, and victims of abuse. These organizations provide counseling and support, education and financial reform, community revitalization, economic development, hurricane and pandemic relief, scholarships, school programs, medical screening, and assistance with housing and other living expenses. In conclusion, the construction of our third branch is heavily underway as we prepare for the opening of the Bank of St. Croix West End, which will be located in Hoggensburg, Frederiksted, across from the old Sunshine Supermarket. The branch will include a 2-lane drive-through and is also expected to have our first interactive teller machine that will allow customers to conduct transactions digitally with an employee located remotely, increasing opportunities to service our clients swiftly and efficiently. The planned commercial complex, in which the bank will be the street-facing anchor tenant, is expected to open late fall 2022. This new branch is an example of United Fidelity Bank's continued commitment of financial resources to increasing the capacity and availability in the Virgin Islands to exceptional deposit banking products, lending options, and superior customer service. As our banking operations overview provided above indicates, we remain a strong, well-capitalized banking financial institution with both deposit and lending options for the communities that we serve. This concludes my testimony on behalf of the Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Okay, I was trying to follow you, and I think I was looking at the wrong testimony. But thank you. Now, next we'll hear from Roebuck, Banco Popular. So that I have the right testimony in front. Yep.
Good morning. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and all senators present. My name is Oren C. Roebuck. I am the Senior Vice President and Region Manager of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands Region. I appear before you today per your invitation to provide information on the overall state of banking in the territory from the perspective of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico and the availability of credit products for consumers within the Virgin Islands. Popular, Inc. is the leading financial institution in Puerto Rico by both asset and deposits and ranks among the top 50 U.S. bank holding companies by asset. Founded in 1893, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, the principal subsidiary of Popular, Inc., provides retail, mortgage, and commercial banking services in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Collectively, Popular operates a network of 221 retail branches, 768 EMs, and employs over 8,500 persons within the communities we serve. Banco Popular de Puerto Rico entered the Virgin Islands in 1981 with the acquisition of the Royal Bank of Canada and began operations with one branch in Christiansted, St. Croix. Later acquiring Citibank and Core State First Pennsylvania Bank, the bank solidified its business in both the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Today, Banco Popular Virgin Islands region includes 10 branches, 3 commercial banking centers, 3 mortgage loan centers, and 23 ATMs on St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Tortola, and Virgin Gorda. The Virgin Islands region employs over 150 individuals, maintain deposits in excess of $2 billion, a loan portfolio over $600 million, and serves over 70,000 clients. As of December 31st, 2021, Banco Popular maintains the leading market position in total loans and total deposits within the Virgin Islands. Banco Popular remains open for business and is committed to its investment in the Virgin Islands. We continue to serve our community with focus on 4 strategic pillars: sustainable and profitable growth, creating growth opportunities for both the bank and our clients; simplicity, improving our operation efficiencies; customer focus, improving the service delivery to our clients utilizing innovative and technology. We're fit for the future. We aim to strengthen our talent base and effectively manage risks to ensure longevity within this market. Popular takes great strides to ensure our products are suitable and responsive to the evolving community needs. This is evident by our most recent Community Reinvestment Act performance evaluation released in January 2020 by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The CRA performance evaluation gave Banco Popular an outstanding rating. The CRA assesses the institution's record of meeting the credit needs of its entire community, including low and moderate income neighborhoods, consistent with safe and sound operation of the institution. Specific to the Virgin Islands, the CRA lending test rated Banco Popular high satisfactory and noted the following: the lending levels reflect good responsiveness to the assessment area's credit needs. A high percentage of loans are made in the bank's assessment area. The geographic distribution of loans reflect good penetration throughout the assessment area. The distribution of borrowers, given the product lines offered, reflect good penetration among customers of different income levels and businesses of different sizes. The bank exhibits a good record of serving the credit needs of low-income individuals, areas, and very small businesses. And the bank makes use of innovative and/or flexible lending practices in servicing the assessment area's credit needs. Banco Popular Virgin Islands region also received an outstanding rating for the CRA service tests, which measured the bank's delivery systems and accessibility to individuals of all income levels within the assessment area. The one area of opportunity noted in the lending and investment test of the Virgin Islands region is the opportunity to increase investment in community development loans and initiatives. The bank has addressed this opportunity with the recent investment in the Estate Dono redevelopment project on St. Thomas. Popular has provided $18.5 million in financing for this project for the construction of affordable public housing units. The 2020 CRA report is a public document, and it is available on the website of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and at popular.com, should you wish to review the entire report. Through careful evaluation of the Virgin Islands demographics, the bank offers an array of consumer products to meet the unique needs of our market. Popular's individual credit portfolio in the Virgin Islands includes personal loans, both cash secured and unsecured, auto loans, credit cards, including 3 Visa products, two MasterCard products, 1 American Advantage product, and 2 JetBlue Reward products. We also provide unsecured rehabilitation loans to provide troubled debt relief to borrowers, individual reserve lines of credit, a credit builder loan, and a technology assistance loan to support individuals with special needs for purchase of assisted living technology. Popular also offers 3 classifications of residential mortgage loans within the VI portfolio: loans insured by rural development, loans guaranteed by the Veterans Administration, and conventional loans, which can be conforming, meaning saleable loans for Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, or non-conforming, loans held within the bank's portfolio. Within these classifications, Banco Popular offers loans for purchase of residential real estate, construction loans, second mortgages, home equity, and land loans within our VI mortgage portfolio. The bank's commercial portfolio offers an array of business products, including term loans, lines of credit, credit cards, letters of credit, cash management, point-of-sale services, and collection services. In addition to the large menu of credit products offered to meet the individual needs of our diverse population, we also partner with agencies like the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, the University of Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, the Small Business Administration, and the Economic Development Authority to participate with and structure credit programs to support home ownership, develop small business opportunities, and stimulate economic growth within our community. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the bank continued to offer deposit and payment services at branches and its full range of loan products. I wish to take a moment to publicly recognize and thank the employees of Popular who worked throughout the pandemic to ensure the critical financial services we offer the community were never interrupted. I am immensely proud of my team, their dedication, their drive, and their overwhelming passion for the work that we do. Supporting our business clients during the pandemic was a priority. Popular disbursed the most loans under the Small Business Administration's Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, within the territory, having processed over $41 million, equaling 1,017 loans to local Virgin Islands businesses. To date, $35.8 million of the PPP loans, 86%, have completed the forgiveness process. Several others are still in process for forgiveness, and others have been converted to term loans. The pandemic also accelerated our clients' use of alternative delivery channels. During 2021, 67% of our VI deposits were captured through digital channels, either remote deposit or at ATMs. And 54% of our client base regularly use Mi Banco, our online banking app. We also implemented digital applications to process personal, mortgage, and loans and consumer credit cards. And we're currently running a pilot for small business loan applications to be captured online. Popular is also focused on providing safe and affordable financial products and services to meet the needs of the communities we serve, particularly the underserved and unbanked population. We have redesigned our most popular deposit product, the Popular Checking, to remove overdraft fees and minimum balance requirements. By this change, the bank has attained Bank On National Account Standard certification for this product by the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, CFE. The CFE works with financial institutions to promote access to a safe, affordable transactional banking account for everyone. Additionally, to give small businesses, particularly sole proprietorship, greater access to credit, Popular recently introduced the Visa Premium line of business rewards credit cards. The Premier cards allow business owners, subject to credit approval, the opportunity to secure credit up to $50,000 based on their individual credit score and a condensed loan application. Clients can apply for the Premier Card at any of our local branches. This product is a great start for young entrepreneurs or small businesses that do not have a significant credit history for their business. The Premier Card also provides reward points for each transaction, which can be used for cashback, travel, hotel, electronics, or other benefits within the Premier catalog. I hope the information I've presented today reassures this body that Banco Popular is a strong community partner and credit options are accessible to our community. Popular has proudly served the Virgin Islands for almost 40 years with a local dedicated team, and we aim to continue providing financial services for many years forward. I thank you for this opportunity to engage with this body, and I'm hopeful that through our dialogue today, we can explore areas of opportunity to further enhance the financial services offered within the Virgin Islands. This concludes the testimony of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. I am available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Roebuck. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Crispin.
Good morning, Committee Chair, Senator Gittens. We appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. My name is Julia Crispin. I am the manager of Mid-Island Federal Credit Union.
Can you do me a favor and pull the mic a little closer to you so we could hear you?
Hello?
Thank you.
Good morning, Committee Chair, Senator Gittens. We appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. My name is Julia Crispin. I am the manager of the Mid-Island Federal Credit Union, charter number 23811, located at 366 Peters West, Christiansted, Virgin Islands. Our credit union was established on August 18, 1981, as Martin Marietta St. Croix Employees Federal Credit Union. The name was amended on June 13, 1985 to the Mid-Island Federal Credit Union. We are a nonprofit organization that serves 2,337 members. Our institution is owned and governed by our membership. We offer membership to the Mid-Island community who live, work, and worship in the area. If a member doesn't have established credit, we offer share secured loans, whereas the borrower can borrow up to 100% of their savings account. We hold the funds as in the member's savings as collateral. Share loans help individuals establish credit by making on-time payments. The overall state of banking in the territory has caused a decline in members' eagerness to take loans due to the disparate impact of COVID-19. However, members' savings has increased. Members are more concerned about the future with the pandemic and other economic factors. The decline in loans and increased vendor payments and other factors have reduced our net earnings. We offer members who experience economic hardship due to cut hours, closure of business, and change in income or deferment up to 90 days, or lower monthly payments by modification. We currently are offering loan sales to our members with low interest rates, no waiting period. Our car loans are up to $45,000 for new vehicles and $25,000 for used. We also offer personal loans up to $25,000 with no cosigner, no down payment, however, based on credit approval. We are currently working on bringing debit cards and advanced technology for online banking and other loan promotions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Crispin. And did you mean for the personal loans, you said 25,000, but I see you have written
Up
here
to
20?
20,000, sorry.
20? Okay, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Collins. You recognize, you can unmute.
Okay. Uh, Good morning, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman on the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other senators present, and the viewing and listening public. My name is Valdemir Collins, and I'm the Senior Vice President and U.S. Virgin Islands Business Director at First Bank. I'm also joined by Mrs. Dina Perry Malone, our Vice President and Market Manager for the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd like to take this time to thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present my testimony to first provide a brief history of First Bank in the Virgin Islands. Second, provide an overview of the overall state of the bank and the current environment, and conclude with First Bank's consumer credit product suite available to USVI residents. First Bank Corp. Is a publicly owned financial holding company that has served as the bank holding company for First Bank Puerto Rico. First chartered in 1948, First Bank was the first savings and loans institution established in Puerto Rico. The bank opened its first branch in St. Thomas in 1962, operating as First Federal. First Bank would continue to grow and transform through targeted acquisitions, and to date operates 7 branches in the United States Virgin Islands on St. Thomas, St. John, and in St. Croix, and employs 146 individuals. First Bank is subject to supervision, examination, and regulation by the Federal Reserve Board, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, otherwise known as the FDIC, and locally, the Division of Banking and Insurance. In terms of the current environment and the state of the bank, we continue to see post-pandemic recovery for the most impacted sectors, and this is quite positive for the overall market. First Bank maintains a significant level of deposits and loans and continues to focus on 4 strategic priorities. Number 1, focusing on lending and rebuilding quality loan portfolios. Number 2, maximizing our investments in technology to improve the customer experience. Number 3, strengthening our talent base and improving our service levels. And 4, continuing our commitment to the Virgin Islands community. Digital engagement has continued to improve, and in 2021, we observed a 23% increase in our customers' usage of our alternative delivery platforms, which are convenient and can be accessed from anywhere. We have also seen an increase in ATH Mobile. This is another one of our digital offerings, which provides person-to-person payments for the convenience of our customers. In 2022, we launched several new digital offerings, including a new digital banking platform for commercial clients, a new mortgage servicing platform, and a new banker and teller platform for our branches. This will provide an integrated and highly automated platform to enhance our customer servicing capabilities and a more agile and efficient experience to our customers. First Bank strives to be a top employer in our markets, and it is important for us to recruit the right talent to help us achieve our strategic goals. With the current labor market beginning to stabilize, we are continuously evaluating alternatives to recruit and retain the best talent. In January 2022, the company established a plan to enhance the employee value proposition focused on enhancing talent engagement. One of the initiatives included an adjustment of the minimum hourly wage and a review of all compensation levels to align with current market trends. With respect to our credit products, First Bank offers a full range of financial services to individual, commercial, and corporate clients patterned to improve the quality of life. As requested, I will provide an overview of First Bank's credit products, which include commercial loans geared to help businesses obtain financing to expand, buy property and/or equipment, and refinance debts. In addition, First Bank is a Small Business Administration accredited preferred lender, and our commercial team can guide customers through the various programs offered by the SBA. First Bank also provides construction loans to reputable real estate developers, home builders, and other commercial developers for the purpose of constructing or renovating a variety of commercial properties and residential housing complexes with 5+ units. Over the past decade, First Bank has provided over $40 million in commercial and residential construction and rehabilitation financing through the United States Virgin Islands. It is important for us to support our customers and communities through economic challenges. In 2020, when the SBA implemented the Paycheck Protection Program, otherwise known as PPP, which was established by the CARES Act, First Bank quickly established our process for participating in this program, and over the course of 2 rounds executed 890 PPP loans amounting to approximately $48 million. This is in addition to other support programs established by the bank, such as the 1,800 plus pandemic relief moratoriums that we offer to our customers. We offer personal loans, cash secured and unsecured. We offer unsecured personal loans to help customers establish and build credit. These loans are available up to $2,500. We offer credit cards, auto loans, mortgage loans, which include loans insured by the Rural Development, loans guaranteed by the Veterans Administration, loans guaranteed by the Federal Housing Administration. These loans have special features that make them a good fit for first-time home buyers. The purpose of the government backing loans is to ensure that certain borrowers who may not be able to obtain conventional mortgages for various reasons have access to mortgage credit. And just as an aside, conventional loans are mortgage loans that are not backed by government agencies and are broken down into conforming and non-conforming loans. I would also like to mention our partners, such as the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, the Economic Development Authority, and the University of the Virgin Islands. Through these partnerships, we are able to provide our community with various credit programs and financial education. In conclusion, First Bank has been a part of the Virgin Islands community for 60+ years, and our organization continues to play an important role in making positive impact on the social, economic, and environmental well-being of the communities and customers we serve. We live by our motto of "Together we are one," by supporting our communities through employee volunteerism, financial service seminars, grants, and community outreach. This concludes my testimony. And again, I would like to thank the Honorable Kenneth Gittens, other senators present, and the view and listening public for granting us this opportunity to present our testimony. I'm open to receive any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And again, thank you to all of you for your testimony this morning. The committee will take a quick 5-minute recess, and we will return and have a dialogue with the senators present, most of whom are in the St. Thomas chambers. So at this time, the committee will take a 5-minute recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 is back on record. So we've heard from some of the representatives of our banking and financial institutions. We've heard from Oriental Bank, First Bank, Banco Popular, Bank of St. Croix, at least one credit union, and we're gonna have a discussion. And before I open the floor to our discussion, let me recognize the presence of committee member Senator Javon E. James Sr., who has joined us here in the Fritz E. Lowette's conference room on St. Croix. Before we open up, Senator DeGraff, you'll be first, but before we open up, all the banks here, I heard the banks spoke to the Community Reinvestment Act. Just the banks are under those regulations and not the credit union, correct? You're not regulated by CRA, okay. I heard, I believe it was Banco Popular stated that you got your rating. CRA, again, is the Community Reinvestment Act. I think I heard Banco Popular said you had an outstanding rating, your last rating.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular, yes, our total overall rating was outstanding for 2020.
And I think I heard Bank of St. Croix stated that you had a satisfactory rating.
Correct. Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We received an overall satisfactory rating for our lending practices and an outstanding rating for our community development.
Thank you. What about Oriental Bank? Can you speak to your rating?
We have not been rated.
Name
My
and
apologies.
position.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We have not yet been rated since we have been in the USVI.
Okay. And how long have you been in the USVI?
Since December 2019.
2019, okay. Thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Before I start, Mr. Chair, I'd also like to recognize I have 4 summer employees working in the legislature. In my office, I have Ms. Abigail Jabonin, Mr. Gabriel Simon, working in public affairs, behind the scene, behind the cameras, Mr. Javante Francis, and Mr. Latre Powell, working with facilities management. Welcome to those young men and women, and also thank you to the legislature, the ED, and thank you for providing them the opportunity. I have a total of 12 summer students, but there are just 4 that are in the legislature right now. You know, to all the banks and the credit unions, I would like to say thank you on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, because again, it's easy to find all the fault and the downside of everything when it comes to banking. However, you know, people are still leery of banks being the local resident of the territory. Now, I think it was said that all the banks give construction loans except one, or was it the other way around? Only one didn't give construction loans. First Bank, you give construction loans?
We give construction loans to residential developers. On the residential side, we are currently assessing a new program for construction loans on the residential side to consumers.
Banco, do you give construction loans to residents on the residential side?
Oren
Banco
Roebuck,
Popular?
Or in Roebuck Banco Popular, yes, we do give construction loans on both
Okay.
residential and commercial clients.
Okay, great. Oriental Bank, do you give construction loans?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We do not currently offer construction loans on the residential side.
Okay, I think that would boost your rating when you start to offer that residential construction loan. So, again, thank you to the banks. Now, the banks have been before, I think we were in the finance committee where we had information that was put out then. And I don't know if you might think it's repetitive now, but I think whenever the banks have a chance to toot their horn or express themselves here in the territory, they should. So the information given out today in the prior meeting had to do a lot also with collaboration between the Housing Finance Authority. And do all of you banks have good working relationship with the Housing Finance Authority in regard to assisting Virgin Islanders with obtaining property in the territory?
Valdemar Collins, First Bank. I will allow my colleague, Ms. Dina Perry Malone, to talk about our collaboration with HFA.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, rather. My name is Dee Perry Malone, representing First Bank. First Bank has built a wonderful relationship with VI Housing Finance Authority. There are a number of initiatives that we have partnered with them on, first being their homeownership educational courses. The past 3 years, we facilitate several courses each year to the participants in those various programs in both jurisdictions, St. Thomas as well as St. Croix. Additionally, First Bank is a member of the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, and we were able to provide a number of individuals through a feeder program through that program with grants up to $9,500 to purchase single-family residences. That $9,500 grant could be used towards origination as well as closing costs. And that was a feeder relationship between Housing Finance Authority.
Additionally, so excuse me one second, 9,500 or 95,000? I just want to make sure.
$9,500 grant.
9,500, okay.
Towards origination and closing costs.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, if you don't mind, because I wanted to get all the banks to find out if they have the working collaboration with HFA. So I do apologize for cutting you off, but you just get your closing short version so I could get the other banks in, if I may. Okay, Ms. Malone, are you completed?
Sure, I was going to give the other banks the opportunity.
Okay, good. I do apologize for cutting you off. I was just trying to get everyone in my time frame.
That's
okay,
fine.
So Banco Popular and Bank of St. Croix and Oriental Banks?
2 minutes.
Or in Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Banco Popular has an extensive history partnering with the VI Housing Finance Authority. Our newest program is we have signed on as a partner on their Own a Lot, Build a Home program as part of the new housing and infrastructure construction program with funds from the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Fund. And this is for first-time home buyers. It will assist with construction of a single-family home on your existing property. It will provide applicants to receive financial assistance in the form of a forgivable loan for the construction of their first home. It will be based on need, and there's a limited amount of funds necessary to achieve this. However, it is a very important project that we are getting ready to undertake with the VA Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, great. Bank of St. Croix?
Bank of St. Croix, Christiana Williams. We have not had the opportunity to work with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority directly in the past, although we have a relationship with them. And we too are looking to become involved with and are in discussions with them about doing their construction loan program, as Oren, my colleague, just described. We do residential and commercial construction loans and would be partnering with them on these with the CDBG block grant funds as well.
Okay, great. And finally, Oriental Bank?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We have collaborated with the VI Housing Finance Authority in the past with their home buyer workshops, and we also speak to their participants several times throughout their educational programs
Time.
here on St. Thomas as well as here on St. Croix.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, you know, I know HFA wasn't a part of this, but I think it was important also for the people to hear it again, that the collaboration that these banks have, financial institutions have with HFA to provide the best service for the people in the territory. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator DeGraff. And the connection to not only HFA, but SBA, SBDA, etc. Senator Potter, Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Kudos to you for the foresight of inviting these guests from the banking world before us. Good morning to all the testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. My first question really is maybe not so much a question, but a statement. I know even before the pandemic, way before the pandemic, it was a challenge. It has been a challenge for lower to middle income Virgin Islanders to purchase their own homes. And I know since we've been in the pandemic and we're moving out of the pandemic, we're dealing with some serious inflationary pressures that have seemingly compounded our local housing crisis. And I wanted to ask if this information was readily available to the bankers. Do you have any information relative to the median sale price for an existing home in the U.S. Virgin Islands today? And maybe I can start with, Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, I was tempted to ask you, what's the cash? How many days of cash do we have?
I understand. A whole lot more than I encountered. But, my colleague, Ms. Dina Perry, has that information at her fingertips, so I will allow her to respond, and it's really good to see you. Thank you, Senator.
Good to see you too, sir.
Hi, good morning, Senator Potter. I'm Dina Perry,
Good morning.
representing First Bank. In regards to average sales prices in the Virgin Islands, right now in the St. Thomas district, it's roughly around $500,000 to purchase a home here. In the St. Croix district, it's around $400,000. Currently in the St. Thomas district, there are 45 homes listed for sale. And those are, and then 16 condos, and in St. Croix, there's 112 and 31 condos. So there is, in fact, a lack of inventory available. However, we're seeing more often that there are sales occurring between two individual parties, and they're not listing it to the general public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Roebuck?
Owen Roebuck, Banco Popular. I don't have immediate access with me. However, I can get that information to you from my office. I would say that the inventory for affordable houses, those under 250,000, standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, is extremely low. And that is part of why Housing Finance Authority is moving forward with the build a lot, own a home, build a lot, or own a lot, build a home, sorry, program, because really and truly construction is what is going to make more homes available, particularly for our first-time home buyers.
Yes. Thank you for that. Ms. Hoover was my former boss back in the days in the Office of Collective Bargaining. I mean, my concern is that when I walk down the street, that is the pressing concern for most Virgin Islanders. I have a niece who went to college, got a degree, is doing relatively well as far as income is concerned, and is struggling she has a decent credit rating, but is struggling to be able to purchase a home, to build a home. It is a real tough situation, and it seems as though home ownership is really rapidly becoming a pipe dream for the average Virgin Islander. So I'm thinking that there is a need for us to, with a sense of urgency, similar to what we saw back in the 60s, where there was a specific concerted effort to provide home ownership opportunities for Virgin Islanders. There was the collective brain trust of politicians, bankers, construction persons who collectively got together to figure out a strategy to develop these opportunities for Virgin Islanders. I know that my parents purchased their home in 1974. Remember, my mom was so proud of this home that she got in Hidden Valley. It's a 4-bedroom home on a small plot of land, and it was $20,000. You can't even get a used car for $20,000 today. And it's not to blame the banks at all. But I am thinking that there must be some way for us to collectively sit around the table to figure it out. Because $500,000 for an average home is out of reach. It's unattainable for most Virgin Islanders. And you're going to have a few who may be able to get an opportunity through rural development or some of the other programs in the territory. But I think it requires us to look at this thing holistically, to figure out how we can realistically provide housing opportunities outside of just individual one-shot programs. And I'm definitely pleased with some of the programs that are coming on board through the Housing Finance Authority and this body providing opportunities for first-time home buyers. But I wanted to ask a question also about mortgage insurance. I know I used to hear about mortgage insurance back in the day. I don't hear about it anymore. Is this still a product that is offered in the territory? And what are the pros and cons of mortgage insurance? And all of the bankers could step in as well as banking and insurance.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Private mortgage insurance is not available in the territory, and that plays a huge part of the difficulty that many may have, because our conventional mortgages are being underwritten at 80% loan to value. With PMI in place, we can then underwrite at 95% loan to value. So the consumer would have to come forward with less funds as a down payment to purchase a home, and that would be a game changer within our market. But unfortunately, some of the difficulties we've experienced with default management and moving foreclosed properties through the court has not reassured the insurance underwriters that it's a profitable market, and has led to difficulties. So as of right now, we don't have any PMI available.
Thank you for that. Any comments, banking and insurance, Attorney McLean?
None from us.
No.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. That is also a concern of ours, and we will definitely be looking at that more closely to see how we can get companies who might be more interested in providing that type of service. So we'll look into that some more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I know that when I purchased my first home some 20-something years ago, it would not have been possible but for mortgage insurance. You know, so I see the value of that. And perhaps there is something, I don't know if there's a rule for the legislature in us being able to lure companies to provide this insurance product to the territory, but it is something that we can work together to achieve. Thank you very much, testifiers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And to banking and insurance, you have a dual mandate, which one is to regulate the banking industry and second to be the consumer protective agency over these banking industry, correct?
That is correct.
So how many banks or financial institutions do you oversee in the territory? You happen to know approximately?
That would be 5. We have the 4 branches, which I discussed, Banco Popular, Oriental, First Bank, and United Fidelity Bank at St. Croix. Then you have Merchants Bank, which is a local bank, commercial bank.
Yeah. And this does not include the credit unions?
Credit Union, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. Credit unions do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Lieutenant Governor's Office or the Division of Banking and Insurance.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Senator Giovanni James Sr. You're recognized for your 7 minutes, followed by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here today. As far as infrastructure, once upon a time when I used to live on the U.S. mainland, you can go to those ATM machines, and there is a feature where you don't have to directly go in the bank to make a deposit. I know there's a manual way of doing it with the envelopes at certain banks, but what are we doing to upgrade your infrastructure as far as allowing for physical hardcore cash to go in there and right away the money shows up in your account one by one, starting from my left to my right?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We currently don't have any plans as yet to upgrade our machines. They have a certain life, but it's definitely something that we hope to do in the future. We do accept deposits at all of our ATMs. So.
Thank you for placing that on the record.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. We do have the easy deposit module where you can place the cash directly into the machine without an envelope and get credit on the account. Right now, we only have 4 terminals within the Virgin Islands. We are upgrading all of our ATMs corporate-wide and have a very large order, which we expect to start rolling out in the end of the 4th quarter into next year.
Thank you.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank.
You have to say that again. The mic was off. Proceed.
Atala Bertrand Rogers.
Can media, may I ask you to turn up Ms. Bertrand's mic, please? Go ahead.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We recently implemented 1 machine in St. Thomas, 1 machine in St. Croix, and we have plans to also place a machine in St. John that will accept cash without an envelope.
Okay, I'm not sure if anyone else on the screen represents another bank. If not, I will go to my other line of questioning. Anyone else? I would take that as a no. All right. In the essence of time, thank you for placing that on the record. It's important that we improve our infrastructure moving forward with the increase of technology. Another experience I want to bring to the attention of the banks, when was it my first term? Yeah, my first term, I went and I was able to, I swear, I never called DB Federal. I did everything on the phone. I woke up one day, I saw, boom, my credit score went up, went on the app, did everything, got approved, went through one time. As far as with technology, the increased use of technology, you know, you're getting younger and younger with the millennials. I just want to make sure moving forward that we're improving in IT and in our infrastructure. So once again, I'm going to give everyone an opportunity to just go down the line and just give us an understanding of what you're doing to upgrade your IT and your infrastructure moving forward for our generation that's coming up. Thank you.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. As described in my earlier testimony, the Bank of St. Croix is extremely committed to increasing and updating its suite of digital products. We have a number of initiatives where clients can, over the course of the last year or so, improve on and perform transactional capabilities online, including bringing online our commercial mobile deposit app. Our commercial customers can now initiate direct deposit payments for their payroll. They can approve and release wires on an app on their phone, and we continue to make those upgrades. We now have contactless debit cards, which were really key and important product. As we found ourselves facing this pandemic, we now have instant issue where our customers can get their Visa branded debit cards in the branch at the time that they're opening their account.
Okay, and next bank.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. As I indicated in my testimony, 67% of the deposits in the Virgin Islands are captured through digital means, whether it's through our remote deposit option on our internet banking or at our ATMs, and it's also available to our commercial depositors. In terms of credit, we are able to process personal loan and credit card application digitally. You can start the mortgage process digitally and do a pre-qualification digitally. And we are now running a pilot for our commercial loans, small business loans, digital format.
And I just want to give you one constructive criticism. I do bank at Banco Popular, but my thing is,
thank you.
If you do business during the weekend, you don't see those charges, and then boom, surprise, Monday, Tuesday, you need to work on that so we can see those charges show up instantly. Next bank.
Thank you.
Atala Bertrand,
2
Oriental
minutes.
Bank. As a digital bank, we provide innovative solutions. We do have access to remote deposits on our online and mobile transactions. We are a very strong digital bank, and we are implementing more and more features on a regular basis to become more and more digital ready for our millennials and for those who would like to do their transactions digitally.
Because I can guarantee you this, and I'm going to get to First Bank, because I was told that First Bank is on the screen. I will tell you this, you want to capture as much money as possible and keep it locally. Because individuals and myself, if we don't have that luxury of the digital world, we'll put our money elsewhere. So I'm just giving you that heads up. First Bank, St. Croix, you want to weigh in on the conversation?
Good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins, First Bank. Yes, we do have various means of utilizing digital channels. Approximately 14 out of 22 of our ATMs, or about 60% of our ATMs, allow for remote deposit capture, whether it's cash or checks. Our apps are available for the same, and that's both on the consumer side and the commercial side. And we're continuing to improve and enhance those applications as we learn more and more of the needs of our consumers.
Thank you, because our generation, we stays with a phone in our hand. And it was just amazing. I was able to apply for the card and never to speak to anyone in customer service through Navy Federal, and I got through with everything within less than 4 hours. So that was an amazing experience, and I just want to share it here with y'all. And lastly, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I think sometime last year in the Committee on Finance, we sponsored that measure for the home ownership program. It was led by our finance chair. I think that's Act number 8465, and pardon me if you guys referenced it earlier today. I was late because I was at a school. But as far as working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to implement Act number 8465, ever since the passage of that legislation, any conversation was had with those entities, and we could just do in the same order?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. In the first quarter of this year, we've actively been in discussions with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on at least 2 of their programs.
Great, awesome.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Yes, we are in discussions with Housing Finance Authority for those program funds. We are currently awaiting confirmation of the rules and procedures for those programs.
Awesome, thanks.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. Yes, we are in discussion with VI Housing Finance Authority.
And First Bank St. Croix?
Hi, good day, Senator. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. Yes, we did participate in a meeting with the VI Housing Finance Authority regarding the Virgin Islands First-Time Homebuyer Program, which is targeting the moderate income tranche. I understand that the legislature got a $4 million allocation. We've already met with our teams locally in both the St. Thomas and St. Croix districts to roll this out. It did go into effect June 1st.
Awesome, and Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, and she can answer it on your time. Out of fairness, I want to give the credit union an ability to weigh in on the conversation. Sorry for not seeing you there. But if you could just speak on what I spoke about earlier, if you just want to chime in, go ahead, you can proceed on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Do you need him to repeat?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Identify yourself, put the mic close to you.
Julia Crispin, manager at Mid-Island Credit Union. We currently don't offer any mortgage loans. And we're regulated from NCUA National Credit Union Administration, and they don't allow us on the island to conduct any real estate or mortgage loans at the moment.
Any investments or improvements with your IT or digital banking? That was my first question. If you could just weigh in on that, and that would be it. Thank you.
Also, we currently don't have debit cards, and we're working on increasing our technology so our members can have access to online banking and the other things that the bank is offering.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Before I go on to Senator Francis Heiliger, access to cash. I heard Banco Popular stated that you have about 23 ATM machines. However, that's spread through St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and the BVI. However, do you all happen to know how many ATMs you have per island district? Starting with Banco Popular, if you could break down your 23, because I'm sure that some of them are in Tortola and Virgin Gorda, but I'm not interested in those, of course, this time.
I have Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. I have 17 ATMs in St. Thomas, St. Croix.
17 ATMs between St. Thomas and St. Croix?
Correct.
Not on St. John?
Oh, St. John, I'm sorry. Yes, I do have an ATM on St. John.
Okay, but you don't have a breakdown as to the island district?
If I think about it quickly, I know I have one in St. John. I have 4 in St. Croix, and the remainder would be in St. Thomas.
Yeah, so of 17, we have 1 St. John, 4 on St. Croix, and the remainder on St. Thomas?
Correct.
All right. Anyone else that have that number at hand? Bank of St. Croix?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We have 2 ATMs, 1 at each branch location, and we will have a 3rd with the opening of our West End branch.
So we're going to assume that because the name is Bank of St. Croix, you're only on St. Croix?
We are currently only on St. Croix, although we do have business relationships on St. Thomas.
Okay. Do you intend to expand to St. Thomas?
Soon come.
Okay. Oriental Bank?
At this moment, I don't have the breakdown per each island, but I do know that we have 15 ATMs between St. Thomas and St. Croix, and we're about to have one ATM on St. John.
Okay, so there's none currently on St. John.
Correct.
We got to take care of our St. Johnians, you know.
Absolutely.
We can't seclude them. First Bank?
Thank you, Senator. Valdemar Collins, First Bank. We have approximately 22 ATMs, and it's evenly split. We have 11 in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 11 in St. Croix.
Okay, but that still don't tell me how much is on St. John.
Okay, for St. John, there's 2.
Okay, so 2 of the 11, so 9 on St. Thomas.
Right.
All right, thank
Correct.
you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to testifiers, to the people of this territory. I hope that everyone had, especially fathers, had a great Father's Day this weekend, as well as enjoyed Juneteenth, the federal holiday we had yesterday. I'm going to start diving into my questions. We had just touched a little bit about St. John and Oriental Bank not having a ATM there at the moment. This is to the Lieutenant Governor's office. I know that there were several complaints in regards to the transition of Oriental Bank here in the territory from Scotia, and there were quite a bit of complaints out of St. John. Have you guys resolved all of those complaints, or are any of them still ongoing? And also, from the Lieutenant Governor's office in regards to banking, how do you handle complaints when consumers contact you?
Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. We continue to review complaints, although the number of complaints that we have seen as a result of the transition have significantly decreased. As it relates to how we handle complaints, there's 2 manners in which we handle complaints. We have an internal process within the Division of Banking and Insurance through our financial services examiners. And once there's a complaint filed, there's an informal meeting between the staff.
Excuse me, one sec. Can I ask again, those of you online, to mute your devices? Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem, Senator. There is let me start by saying there's a complaint form that you complete, and there, as a result of the complaint form, we can perform a meeting. There can be a meeting between the banking institution and the division staff, as well as the complainant. If in fact we have determined that it requires further investigation, there can be an administrative hearing process that's done through a hearing officer. But generally we try to resolve that problem, any issues internally through meetings with the entity involved, as well as the division staff and the customer, prior to determining to increase it to that administrative hearing process.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I want to ask another set of questions in regards to overdraft fees. I have a piece of legislation that I'm bringing forward in regards to that. And I think I heard one bank, I think it was Banco, said that they're eliminating them. We've also seen nationally where some of the larger banks have done so. I think like Bank of America, et cetera. Is this something where all of the banks, or eventually most of the banks, plan to follow in regards to the elimination of overdraft fees? Any of the banks can answer.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. To clarify, we have not eliminated overdraft fees. We have a specific product that is offered that we have removed overdraft fees from that product.
From the product itself?
From that one, our Popular checking product, yes. So that it can be accessible and available to the underserved and unbanked. In considering overdraft fees, there is administrative cost to processing a return item. and that would have to be considered. What it will do is if banks are forced to eliminate overdraft free fees, more banks will move forward with canceling the service. And if you cancel the service, it means greater
one of
return.
the things, for example, with my piece of legislation is to limit it, the amount. We had quite a bit of complaints about the exorbitant overdraft fees that kept building up day after day after day. If somebody's account got overdraft for $5, and by the time they get there to pay it, they now owe $100. You know, at some point there should be some cap or limit as to what is being done. But hopefully we are going to ultimately figure this out, but we'll have continued discussions with the banks. I wanted to ask in regards to the interest rate. One of the things that, you know, was recently announced was the Federal Reserve, they're increasing the interest rate. Do you think that this is going to have any effect on how U.S. banks are able to service the moderate or lower income individuals?
Good afternoon.
Any of the banks? Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator. Certainly, when you see a 75, when you see interest rates rise by 75 basis points, it speaks clearly to higher interest rates. And so, but we all know that those interest rates are market driven. And so, just to be forthright with the public, that increase will affect some way, somehow, the various products that we offer.
Okay, so basically we'll be looking forward to some increased rates. Okay. I have another, well, first of all, did I hear time? I want to make sure I'm not going over.
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Excellent. I also wanted to touch on, in regards to the banks, when it comes to, for example, the ATM fees, et cetera, one of the things that I noticed that different banks have different charges if somebody uses another person's ATM, et cetera. How do you guys come about what those fees will be? Like, for example, my card is from Banco, but I had to use First Bank because that one was closest or available at the time. How do you guys come about as to decide what these fees are? Is this something that is necessary, you believe, for the banks as opposed to be doing it transactions? Or do you believe there should be some type of standardized fee across the board just by doing this, transitioning to get funds from bank to bank?
Time.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. Fees, in terms of ATM fees for banks, that is not regulated in terms of what the law provides is that the banking institution is required to give notice to the customers. However, the fees must be commensurate with their administrative costs. So this is why you're going to see differences in fees based on what card is being used. Because, for instance, if it's a local bank, the fees are going to be less because there's less cost that's attached to it versus a card that may be a stateside bank that have additional fees attached to that card.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question?
You may.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to ask of the banks, how do you guys handle, for example, additional properties that people have defaulted on mortgages and all of a sudden they're on a listing to be sold, et cetera? How do you handle that information? Is it internal? Does it stay internal? How does the public find out about it to participate in some of these sales or auctions? Because that has been one thing that I've heard, that a lot of times the banks keep it internal and these things are limited to who they know, and all of a sudden it's the same group of people constantly getting these properties. So please give me some clarity on that, and what is the process when a bank does have overstock in regards to defaults and mortgages?
Tala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. The bank never wants to go through the foreclosure process. We always try our best to mediate with the borrower and come to some agreement or some payment solution with the borrower so that the borrower can save their home. If that is not possible and we do have to go the legal route, once the home is put up for foreclosure, it is placed with a realtor so that it can be an unbiased party, and it can be listed with that realtor so that the realtor can sell to whomever is interested in the property. The bank takes no part in that.
Thank you. Was
Oh,
that your?
it's off. No, I just wanted to know what was the process for any of the other banks, because that is what Oriental shared they do. What is the process at First Bank and Bank of Popular? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins, First Bank. Our process is such that, first of all, we share the sentiments of our colleague that just mentioned the fact that the bank doesn't want to be in the business of owning real estate. But once the process is through, we post our properties on our website, and we list them through an independent broker. And if you would like our website, that would be the number one, firstbank.res.net. There's where you will find all of our real estate owned properties.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. We have a similar process. First, we take the borrower through a loss mitigation, an extensive loss mitigation program where there are numerous options to try and retain the mortgage in the owner's name. If that fails and we have to move forward to foreclosure, it is handled by an independent realtor similar to Oriental. I will say that there seems to be a misconception that the banks have a large list of foreclosed properties, and I can tell you at Banco Popular we don't. We have about 5 properties listed territory-wide in active foreclosure, active to sell, sellable state.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. Much like my banking colleagues, we too, once we've exhausted the process and end up with a property in the case of a foreclosure or deed in lieu, will list the property with a licensed realtor. We have no properties available for sale currently and have not had any for an extensive period of time.
So that's the responses. Thank you so much. Before we move to Senator Saro, banking insurance, you spoke to credit counseling earlier as well. Who provides this service in the territory?
I would have to get back to you on that information, but there are persons who do credit counseling, and it can be done online. It doesn't have to be someone physically that is here in the territory. Okay. But I can always get back to you with that information.
Thank you. And any of the bank reps here, do your entity provide credit counseling, starting with Bank of St. Croix?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We don't provide direct credit counseling. However, if we have borrowers who are experiencing difficulty, we do provide them with a list of approved credit counseling agencies.
Thank you. Banco Popular?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. We do not provide credit counseling. We do have a partnership with a nonprofit organization that it has now slipped my mind the name of them that we can refer clients to.
Okay. Before we leave, if you remember, you could let us know. Oriental?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We do the same as my colleague from Bank of St. Croix, we refer to a list of credit counseling agencies.
Thank you. First Bank?
Senator Valdemir Collins, First Bank. No, we don't have direct credit counseling, but we would refer out to entities that provide that service.
Thank you. Ms. Crispin, Credit Union?
Sorry, Julia Crispin, Mid-Island Credit Union. We don't offer direct counseling. However, if we, in the process of doing a loan application, we do go over the members' credit history and let them know if what they can do to better it or if that situation occurs.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Sarah, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to those listening and viewing, and to those testifying, and to my colleagues. This goes to First Bank and to Banco Popular. Do you offer the same services here as you do to those in Puerto Rico?
Valdemir Collins, First Bank. Senator, good afternoon. The answer to that generally is yes.
You sure? But I shouldn't be asking that. You know that. Who's from Banco Popular?
Oren Roebuck.
Oh, Ms. Roebuck.
Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. On a large scale, yes, we do offer the same services. We may have some variations in our products and in some of our products. Example,
okay.
We offer the assisted living technology loan with the University of the Virgin Islands. That is not a product that's offered in Puerto Rico.
Okay, so is it possible to provide, well, through the chair, can I have a list of services that are offered via all banks that go through Puerto Rico? A list of those services that they offer here and a list of services that they offer in Puerto Rico. Because I know a common complaint by the consumer is that all of our banks are situated, well, not all, most of them are via Puerto Rico, so that's a concern for many. Do you offer the FHA 203K rehab mortgage loan? Mr. Collins or Ms. Simon? I mean, not Simon, Perry Malone. You're on mute.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, we do not offer the FHA 203K. However, we do offer the standard FHA loan product for purchase transactions, and the LTV is at 96.5% financing.
Okay, Ms. Roebuck?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular, Puerto Rico. We do not offer the FHA loans. I do not have a certified FHA underwriter at this time.
Okay, Oriental, Ms. Bertrand?
If you can give me 1 second, I'm trying to find out if we do offer the 2 or 3K.
Ms. Williams?
Bank of St. Croix, Christiana Williams. We do offer the standard FHA first-time home buyer loan with 3.5% down payment. The FHA 203K loan is not available as we do not have an underwriter willing to offer that product here.
So let me bounce the question out to banking and insurance as the regulator of this industry. What are our discussions with FHA, the banks, on getting a 203K rehab mortgage? We have a lot of homeowners that I'm sure would benefit from this product. I think I see Ms. McLean smiling at me. No, attorney, Ms. Matthews, Attorney Matthews, is she on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Senator. I smile a lot. Sorry.
I saw Attorney McLean through the TV, that's why. My apologies. Okay, Attorney Matthews, is it possible to expound or respond to my question?
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. The products that are offered by the banks in the territory, we have discussions with these institutions in terms of whether they can consider offering them, but ultimately the decision as to what the bank actually offers is based on the bank's decision. And so I would say, I can't say that we can force a bank to offer a particular product, but we can have discussions with the bank as to what products we think would work
so the question
in the
would
territory.
be, I know you can't force the banks to offer a product, but are you having those discussions, those robust discussions with the banks on offering products like the 203K rehab?
We have had, Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking and Insurance. As I indicated in my testimony, we have had many discussions with the banks as to what they're
2
offering
minutes.
and what they may want to consider offering to help the consumers in the territory. So we do have that discussion. As I indicated, we had 2 meetings where we discussed different types of loans, opportunities that once we understand may not be available or is limited in the territory, we have discussions with the banks as to why they're not available and if there is the availability of offering those products. So we do have discussions with the
Okay.
banks on a regular basis.
So the public has lost confidence in the banking institutions. That's just the bottom line here today. And in Title IX of the code, it says the role of the bank is, and thus to maintain the public confidence in such business and protect the public interest. So while we can't force the banks to do anything, we have to take a keener look at the products that are offered to our people. Not to go to First Bank, we have a lot of our people that are land rich. What is the status of construction loans? Is that still a no for First Bank?
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. First Bank has partnered with the VI Housing Finance Authority as well for the Buy a Lot, Build a Home program. And we are in the process right now of building out a residential construction loan product.
Okay, hold one second. Hold one second, Miss Malone. For people that own a lot already, I'm asking about those who own and are paying property taxes on undeveloped land. What is the status of the construction loans offered by First Bank?
We are in the process again of building out a program, which we hope will be available in Q4. We already have an approved product. We're just building out our systems and platforms to be able to offer that to the general public as well as to the partnership with the VI Housing Finance Authority, Senator.
Okay, I need some movement on that program because people would love to build a house on land that they're paying property taxes for. Now let's go to all the banks. The lending decisions that are made is twofold. Your decisions that are made for lending, or all lending decisions, who makes the final decision for Virgin Islanders? Is that final decision made in the Virgin Islands or is that final decision made in Puerto Rico? And part 2 of that question would be, once you've been denied for that particular loan, personal, mortgage, or whatever, what services do you offer the client to get them to a yes? I guess I'll start with First Bank and then go to Oriental and Bank of St. Croix and Banco Popular.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Dina. Go ahead, Dina. No, go ahead.
Sure.
You go.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, Senator. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. We have experienced credit officers in the Virgin Islands region with designated lending authority. The underwriting process is a joint effort with our corporate office. In regards to those individuals that are declined for credit facilities, they do receive an adverse action letter, which indicates why they were declined for the facility, as well as they are entitled under the FACT Act to receive annually a free credit bureau report. We are available to review that report with the client and walk them through the process to prepare them to be able to, in the future, apply for credit. We'll also offer a secured personal loan, which they're required to do some sort of collateralization to secure that facility. But we have a number of products and services available to assist all types of clients, including those that are in fact declined.
Mr. Chair, I think my time must have been called because I'm talking for a long time. Was it called? Mr. Chair?
Yes, time was called, but I was allowing you to wrap up quickly.
Sorry. If the banks could respond to the rest of the testifiers to respond to my question, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was allowing for each bank to respond.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. Depending on the type of loan, whether consumer, credit, residential mortgage, or commercial credit, we have centralized underwriters in the Virgin Islands. Our loan officers specifically will prepare and process the package according to the terms and conditions that we offer the loan under and recommend approval.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Our residential mortgages are underwritten and decided in the Virgin Islands by a local Virgin Islander. Up to $1 million. Outside of the $1 million, they go to a credit committee in our corporate office.
Atala Bertrand
Well,
Rogers.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Ms. Roebuck, if you could answer part B of the question as well. When the client is given a no, what services do you offer to get them to a yes, if possible? Thank you.
Generally, when we go through the underwriting process, if there is an issue with the loan, we try to resolve it as much as possible with the client. Our loan applications can remain active for a period of 90 days. If we are unable to cure the deficiency, we do provide guidance to the borrower as the specific nature of the deficiency so that they can resolve and bring it back.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. Just for the record, we do offer the FHA 203K loans. However, our final decisions are made in the VI, and similar to my colleagues at First Bank and Banco Popular, once we're going through the mortgage process, if there are any deficiencies, we try to cure. If we aren't able to cure, we offer guidance so that next time the individual applies, they would know what issues they've had and what issues they needed to work on.
Thank you, and representative from
Julia Crispin, Mid-Island
Crispin, sorry.
Federal Credit Union. We don't offer mortgage loans. However, when a member do come in and apply for a loan, we go over their credit history, go over it with them to see how we can assist them, or we will counteroffer the amount they're requesting.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Saro. That wraps up your round. Senator Potter, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have a basic question, and I can pose the question to someone I didn't ask a direct question to, maybe Ms. Bertrand. From a banking perspective, Ms. Bertrand, what is the definition, just for the edification of the general public, from a banking perspective, what is the definition of a single-family dwelling?
A A single-family dwelling is defined as a 1 to 4 unit property, and that determines if it's a single-family dwelling.
Okay, so it doesn't, if you were to put a small apartment below that Virgin Islanders are required to have in order to pay the mortgage, that would not be considered a single family.
Correct, as
If it
long
was
as,
like a 2-bedroom home with a little apartment below.
as long as there's an additional kitchen, it is no longer considered single family. I apologize. A single family is a one-family dwelling with one kitchen. I apologize. One family, one kitchen.
Okay.
If there's any additional kitchens, it becomes something else.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to make a plug for the largest credit union in the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas Federal Credit Union. It would have been good to have them here. Ms. Keisha Richards is our CEO. But we have an $80 million credit union, $80 million in assets, and we service a wide spectrum of persons in the territory. Just giving you a little plug. Thank you.
Thank you. Before, I had some questions that we got in from the office, from the public, but before I ask that, I know Banco Popular for sure spoke to the COVID pandemic and thanking your staff for working through an uninterrupted service period. That said, I wanted to ask each of you, starting with Banco Popular, have you submitted all required documents to the Office of Management and Budget for your employees who have been affected or been working through the COVID pandemic for them to receive their premium pay?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Yes, we have.
Thank you. Bank of St. Croix?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix, our HR department submitted an application on behalf of all of our employees who worked throughout the pandemic.
Thank you. Oriental?
Tala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. Yes, we have.
First Bank?
Good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins, First Bank. Yes, we have submitted our application.
And Credit Union?
Yes, we submitted an application, but I haven't heard anything back from the agency.
Okay, make sure you reach out because checks were supposed to start going out last week, and I think they pushed it back to this week. So hopefully they're going out. So a question that we received in the office was how long has the Bank of St. Croix offered construction loans? And do you require builders risk insurance? And what is the availability and cost of that insurance?
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We have always offered construction loans, even prior to our acquisition by United Fidelity Bank. We do require builder's risk insurance.
What insurance?
Builder's risk insurance. And I believe there was an additional question.
And what is the availability and cost of that insurance?
I'm not able to speak to the cost as that's determined by the individual insurer, but having done a number of construction loans recently, builder's risk insurance is available in the Virgin Islands by a number of carriers.
And to all the banks, can a client get a loan to purchase a damaged or refurbished home? Starting with Bank of St. Croix.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix, once again. That is a case-by-case application. It would be looked at as a construction loan.
Okay. Banco Popular?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Yes, it will be a construction loan, and we would have to go through the appraisals to see what the equity and the loan to value would be on that project.
Good. Oriental?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. Unfortunately, no, because we do not currently offer construction loans.
Thank you. First Bank? First Bank?
Okay.
Sorry, I was on mute again. I apologize. Good afternoon, Senator. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. Our intention is to offer residential construction loans to the VI community in Q4.
Break that down for me, please. Your intention is to do it and something Q4?
Oh, I'm sorry, in the fourth quarter of 2022. We're in the process, we have an approved product. We're in the process of building out our systems and platforms to accommodate the construction loan.
Okay, thank you. And
welcome.
please don't be like the public sector. And when we ask these questions, we say, oh yes, coming up in a week or coming up in the fourth quarter, and then the week comes and the fourth quarter comes and it goes by and they just hope that nobody asks anything thereafter. Right?
I'm clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now the,
Senator Gittens?
yes,
May
ma'am.
Glendina
yes.
Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. In regards to construction loan, there has been much discussions from the community regarding construction loans. And one of the our banking board meetings, we particularly had large discussion with all the banking institutions in the territory to make sure that was available to customers because of what we were hearing. So this is just to show you that we do look at what products are currently available and what's going on in the market in terms of making sure that these items are available to customers in the territory.
So that said, you're working with Oriental Bank to ensure that they too
We are working
come
on
up?
Oriental Bank.
Okay.
In fact, I think Oriental Bank said they're gonna have, they were gonna do some reviews. So we're gonna continue that discussion with Oriental Bank. It's not a one-time discussion when we have these discussions with the banking institutions.
Thank you. And, you know, during your testimony, I think you were the one also noted about the Federal Reserve Bank raising that interest rate. And what I wanted to ask is how will this action impact Virgin Islanders using your bank products and services here in the territory, starting with Bank of St. Croix?
It will impact, to a significant effect, lending products, because that key interest rate set by the Federal Reserve is that benchmark that most lenders use to determine what will be charged. And so rates have already started to go up. They began late in the first quarter and have continued to rise. We are currently in a rising rate environment.
Banco Popular?
Orin Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. Yes, our rates will increase and have started to increase to the 75 basis points. However, we are looking at it differently as to how we can steer our clients in the best option for them. So we are SBA preferred lender, and we are looking to steer more of our commercial clients in that direction. On the mortgage side, making full use of the various products offered by rural development, including construction under rural development, Veterans Administration, housing finance. So while, yes, rates will go up, we are hopeful that we can steer our clients to the best option for them.
Oriental?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. Interest rates are definitely impacted. The extent will depend on the customer and the transaction.
Thank you. First Bank?
Yes, Senator, good afternoon. Valdemar Collins. As indicated earlier, we will see increases on our products as a result of the interest rate hikes.
Thank you. And Ms. Crispin?
Currently, our rates are still the same. However, there is looking into increase in the rates.
Thanks. I was going to ask about what the rates were before, what they are now, but in the essence of time, I want to move forward because I want to also talk about this landmark law with the Community Reinvestment Act that was put in place some 45 years ago. I wanted to know if your bank required, your banks are required to comply with the regulations of the Community Reinvestment Act for all the banks, correct? Bank of St. Croix, just
Correct.
say yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Banco Popular,
Yes.
Oriental,
Yes.
First Bank,
Yes.
and,
Yes.
and we know that the credit unions are not. So what are the, some of the activities that you currently provide in the U.S. Virgin Islands? And I also wanted to know if you post your reports as you're required to do within the banks, starting with Bank of St. Croix.
Yes, as shared in my testimony, the Bank of St. Croix funded a number of grants and donations that supported a number of nonprofit organizations in St. Croix, especially those that serve the low and moderate income clientele, covering areas such as homeless families and children, elderly and disabled individuals, at-risk youth, to name a few. In addition, we do offer credit and work on several products that focus on credit to low, moderate, and middle income individuals, and community development loans in what they call community development census tracts.
So again, where is this public file kept?
Our public file is kept, we have it in Gallows Bay, and it's also available at our main office in Indiana.
So just Gallows Bay? You have 2 locations on St. Croix, correct?
Correct. There's a portion that is available, but under the regulation, we're required to keep it in one main office. But individuals can walk into any of our branches and request the information. It will be made available to them immediately.
Thank you. Banco Popular?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. We do comply with the requirements for CRA investment. Our report is available online. It's also available on request at any of our branches. The report is held in our St. Thomas office, and it also shared with the Division of Banking and Insurance. I have a budget of $100,000 annually that I disperse to various nonprofits within the Virgin Islands. I have also recently been granted additional $100,000 that we have invested with the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands to create a fund so that we can run grant opportunities with the support and assistance of the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands to identify areas that we can have significant impact, particularly servicing youth, at-risk homes and individuals, women and children, and environmental concerns.
Thank you. Oriental?
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We do comply with the Community Reinvestment Act. Our reports are located in each of our branches. If anyone would like to come in and view the reports, they're welcome to do so, and they're also available online. And we do partner with community organizations that help underserved families, women and children, those types of community.
Thank you. And I may suggest that that all the banks have them at all your branches, so that individuals could have access to them.
Right. One is located in our Altona branch in St. Thomas, one in our Sunny Isle branch in St. Croix.
Right. I did hear you say that, so I'm just saying it to the others that said that it's located in their main branch. First Bank?
Good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins. We certainly comply with the CRA. Our files are kept locally at our main branches here in St. Thomas. That would be Waterfront, and in St. Croix, that would be Orange Grove. We participate in a variety of service activities to nonprofit or government organizations that cover the gamut from entrepreneurship, public education, as well as home ownership. We also make donations to sometimes some of the same very nonprofit organizations. And again, it's covering the same areas: entrepreneurship, education, health services, and community services.
Thank you. And so we don't leave out our good credit union. I know that you're not regulated locally, but you are federally chartered and whatnot. Can you tell us any community activities that you currently have to Virgin Islanders here in the territory?
We currently don't have any program now, but we're working on it.
Well, I mean, but to your, okay, so to your members, you have the, you said you have some small loans, correct?
Correct.
Could you just tell us again what they are and the amounts?
Well, currently we just have like auto loans, share secure loans, and personal loans that go up to 20,000.
Okay, thank you.
Limited safety.
Attorney Matthew, your attorney online, have you all heard of the term, and excuse me if I pronounce the word wrong, escheatment?
Mm-hmm.
So that is where dormant accounts are turned over to the government, correct? So do we have one that's kept here in the territory? And if so, what's the amount in that account?
Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. Let me first clarify the term escheatment, because that term seems
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said escheatment. It's the same term we're using. But I think sometimes when you hear the term that it relates to monies being turned over to the government as if it's owned by the government.
Right.
And that is not the intent. There's the unclaimed property, abandoned property section of the law.
Right.
But that is not the point of that section of the law. That section of the law really pertains to if there is any, there hasn't been any transaction with the financial institution and they're unable to return the funds to the individual, they would transmit it to our office and we would try to return it to whomever the owner is. So it's not property belonging to the government, it property belonging to the individual who owns that property.
Right, but you're talking, in this case, you're talking real property?
No, we're talking about funds, meaning.
So that's why I ask with the funds, you maintain an account where these funds will be transferred to, correct?
Correct.
So that's what I'm asking. What's the status of this account, and do you know how much monies are in this account?
So that is the account we had a hearing on, I think it might have been last week, in regards to unclaimed property. And that fund, that account contains 15.9 million.
15.9 million,
Correct.
okay. Thank you. Colleagues, what we'll do is we'll do a quick wrap up as we're running way behind time now, and I'm gonna ask Block 2 testifiers to please bear with us, but we will, we're gonna do another round.
Senator
Yes,
Giddens.
Madam President, stand by, I'm getting to you. We're gonna have
Okay, well, I heard
a
you said a
second
second round.
and we're going to have a delay on Block 2. But before I go into the second round, let me recognize the presence of our Senate President, who is also a member on the committee, Senator Fred Gregory. and I'll allow her to ask her questions before we do the wrap-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the banking family of the United States Virgin Islands. Very quickly, I want to change the conversation just a tad bit. I know that the 34th legislature we've had this conversation with the banks. I believe, I want to say this is like a third or fourth time we've had this discussion. And I think when I was coming, my millennial senator colleague asked a question she was specific about asking regarding home loans, construction loans, etc. And I'm not certain that an answer was provided definitively. And we've had this conversation before, and it just seems to me like we are unable to get to the information that we're trying to achieve when it comes to, so what true services are being provided and how are things looking? Are we seeing any improvement, et cetera? But let me ask, I want to ask each one of the banks individually about their foreclosure rates, particularly around commercial and residential loans or construction loans. And I'm asking this question because I know that we continue to be challenged with our citizenry being in a position to get loans from these types of loans from the respective banks here. So it's important for me to understand, what does your foreclosure rates look like? And I know that right now our foreclosure rates are non-judicial, so you have judicial foreclosure rates. So it's important that I understand this before I make any assumptions, because I believe that that's one of the challenges that you're having. So we can first hear from, let's just hear from Ms. Roebuck. I'll start with her as it relates to their judicial foreclosures and how rapid are they? What's the, how long do you have to wait to get in front of the courts in order to recoup your money, if you will?
Good afternoon, Senator Orrin Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. As I indicated previously, we make every and all effort to move our clients through loss mitigation to prevent going to foreclosure. And a part of that is the term that it takes to actually foreclose a property. We have had properties waiting for 10 years to come up for auction through the judicial foreclosure process. So it is a very, very long and slow process. During that time, the property becomes dilapidated and loses value. So even when we get the property returned to the bank to be able to sell on the open market, we are still taking a significant loss on that property. So foreclosure is our last avenue, and it is a very long time. We've had foreclosures on the books for up to 10 years.
And if you will, within the past 5 years, and you probably don't have that information on you, but off the top of your head, what does that look like for your bank? 5, 10, 100?
Well, right now we have like 5 properties that are up for sale. So we try to minimize it as much as possible.
Okay.
And again, loss mitigation is our emphasis.
Okay, thank you. Same question for Mr. Collins, First Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. It's a pleasure to see you. The foreclosure process can take upwards of 5 years. That's what we've been seeing. And that's both on the residential and commercial side. The commercial sometimes is a bit longer, which is why the non-judicial, which I believe has been proposed to the legislature, would be a very instrumental route for the legislature to take.
Okay, so I'm still, and I didn't ask the other banks because I'm not certain, you know, what level of, what about Oriental? I know that's a new bank here, so I'm just going to stay with the two banks that I asked the question, because you're the banks that really do a lot of that type of business here. But I'm still at a loss, if you will, as it relates to, and I guess I could ask, I don't know what the relationship is. I mean, there should be a relationship between yourselves and the Division of Banking and Insurance. And I know that Attorney Glendina Matthew is here with us. So I'm trying to establish what are our challenges as it relates to our ability to get loans out to our, one, small businesses who are interested in commercial loans, and two, our individuals who are interested in construction loans, as well as home loans, straight out, right out purchase of homes. And I asked, again, I talked about it before because we've discussed this, and I don't know that we've ever really gotten to the bottom of it. What is the Virgin Islands is, as far as First Bank and Banco Popular in particular, locally on the ground, do you have a threshold as to what your approval, how much of a loan that you can approve before you take it to your, to the higher order of the bank, which I suspect would be outside of the Virgin Islands, which is Puerto Rico? Again, Mr. Collins, you could answer first, and then we'll go back to Ms. Roebuck.
Good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins, First Bank. As my colleague indicated, the underwriting process is joint, but we do have local lending authority. Anything exceeding that local lending authority does require the transaction to go through our colleagues in Puerto Rico.
And is that information private as far as what your lending authority is? I know that we have challenges here as it relates to the cost of the homes or land, if you will, here in the Virgin Islands, but you know, is that information available, or is that that might be what, proprietary information that you can't really share? Is it?
I mean, it's proprietary. Yes. I don't, you know, we don't talk about it publicly.
Right.
But it's substantial. I would say it's very substantial.
Okay, I know that my time has been called, but I would like to hear from Ms. Roebuck as well as it relates to your underwriting approval.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. On our mortgage, we are able to underwrite and decide loans locally up to $1 million. We do have a lending officer on staff. In our commercial portfolio, all commercial credits of the bank are decided within a centralized area. We are fortunate that we have, I consider him local because he's lived here for a number of years, Jose Escalera. Actually weathered Hurricane Hugo with us. So he has a lending authority up to $1 million that is able to determine our commercial loans. Outside of $1 million, all our loans go to a committee. Our challenge with underwriting, though, is not the approval process. Our challenge is really the documentation on the loan. We have significant issues within our community of individuals, particularly on the business side, keeping their documentation up to date, whether it's taxes, letters of good standing, or information, their documents with the Lieutenant Governor's office. And I do hope that Ms. Matthew will speak further to that, but documentation is the largest challenges we have. On the mortgage side, we have significant challenges with proper title individuals moving forward, they would like to get construction or mortgage, but then the title is not clean and we cannot move forward with that. Or the loan to value is not there. You talk about foreclosure, and many times individuals come to the bank for financing and they have no equity in the property. They may say, well, I have collateral, but collateral is at the end of the cycle. We have to first evaluate your ability to service that debt, that cash equity, before you can move forward with collateral. And really and truly, we don't want a lot of collateral because we don't want to be in a situation where we have to utilize the judicial foreclosure piece. So I'm sorry if I took a little bit more of your time, but I felt that I had to get that in. And earlier we had a discussion on PMI, private mortgage insurance, and how much that can do to support the mortgage industry in the Virgin Islands. And so I welcome that discussion as to what can we do to strengthen our foreclosure process and how that may be able to impact the availability of PMI in our territory.
Okay. Thank you. I know, like I said, that my time has been called, so I'm going to wrap up. What I would like to offer with regards to this conversation that we've had several times within the 34th legislature is we're at the point where we need to have a conversation outside of this particular approach that we have on the Senate floor with the banks and with banking and insurance to determine how can we really work with our banks, how can they work with us so we can really truly begin to address the challenges that we have. And I know that the non-judicial foreclosure is one of those areas. I am the holder of that legislation. However, it requires a conversation and an understanding of the community as well as, all concerned, because people may look at it as, you're trying to take their property without having the appropriate discussion. But I think that if we see the non-judicial foreclosure coming into play, I believe there will be more, the banks here will be more willing to loan, provide loans to the community here in the Virgin Islands. So I look forward to the discussion, but I really truly believe that in order for us to move forward meaningfully, in a meaningful way, that conversation needs to happen outside of this particular venue. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I recognize Senator DeGraff, Senator Sarro, you are recognized for your points.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not really a point. I just have a important engagement to run to, and I'll be back. So, Senator DeGraff, thank you for allowing me to just skip the line. Just a quick point of information. I didn't get to see what a 2 or 3K mortgage loan was. And it's a program for the rehabilitation and repair of single-family properties. And it's important, according to their website of HUD, it's an important tool for community and neighborhood revitalization, as well as to expand home ownership opportunities. And that's a program that we do not offer. Nobody said yesterday that we offered such a service in the territory. But I just had one point and one quick question. And the responses today is worrisome for me as a millennial, because this is really part of our brain drain. And this is why you have a mass exodus of people leaving the territory to move away. Banks are offering mortgages elsewhere, and they don't require a 20 to 40% down payment. I don't know what working individual in this territory, in the middle class, has 20 to 40% of a loan stacked away in a bank someplace to pay as a down payment. And that's why we go to VIHFA. But just even looking at that, I don't know if we don't see a problem with the 20 to 40% down payment. And then the data, banking and insurance, I am a little worried too, because are we really looking at the data from the banks and seeing how many loans are we giving a year? How many people are we impacting? Are we spurring economic development? Are banks spurring home ownership opportunities? And if the data doesn't look good to you, then bank and insurance should be really coming on with the hammer and creating a fair playing market But I feel like we're on autopilot today with the responses that came forward, and I don't know if I could sit comfortably and be okay with the responses. So the question that I have before I leave the chambers for a few would be just to the banks, the impact. When you talk to people that are trying to achieve home ownership, we have three issues. The banks is one. Banks are one. We have an issue with our appraisals. The insurance is our next story, and of course, the cost of construction. All four of them combined almost make home ownership impossible. So are we looking, I think I should probably direct a question to Attorney Matthews and then to each bank. Do we see the impact of the appraisals on the process? Do we see the negative impact of the cost of insurance on home ownership? Are we having the discussion with the construction board on the outrageous cost of construction that's really unregulated in this territory? Because I think at this point, because it's so unregulated, the cost of construction is just here, there, and everywhere. So all of those contributing factors lead to the impossibility of home ownership. So Attorney Matthews, do you see those 4 points I'm indicating to you as an impediment to home ownership, and what is the discourse really on the banking board? Because all of them kind of come together to service the same population.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. As I indicated in my testimony, the Banking Board as well as the Division of Banking and Insurance has a dual responsibility, one, to regulate the industries, and two, consumer protection. We take our positions very seriously in that we are trying to assist customers where necessary. The issue you encounter is when you have different areas of concern. You talk about 4 different areas, the insurance, you talk about the cost of construction, you talk about 2 other areas. You have to look at it holistically as to the areas we have jurisdiction over. We do work with the other agencies in terms of after the hurricanes, and there were issues regarding trying to get contractors to do what they did. We met with DLCA. We had discussions with individuals as to what we can do to assist them. But the issue is, it's a bigger issue than our office. It is an issue that the agencies as a whole have to find a solution to. But it is something of concern when you hear someone say they're unable to purchase a property for whatever reason. And we do have those discussions in the banking board meetings as to all of those issues. The issues that you're discussing is not issues that are new to us. These are issues we've discussed before. The problem is you have to find a way of finding a solution, because it's not an easy answer to any of those questions.
Mr. Chair, I'll leave the chambers and listen to the responses, but this is why if we don't fix this on the front end, we see the issue on the back end. We have blue roofs. You have people that are begging to get the Envision program moving because our people simply cannot afford the cost of insurance. They're either underinsured or not even insured. So now they're paying for it through begging for, some movement through via HFA's HUD Envision program, because we have kind of like dropped the ball on the front end. This is a real issue in the territory. Banks, insurance, appraisers, contractors. I await the responses from the other banks. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
And thank you for that question as well. We'll start with Bank of St. Croix.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. I take Senator Sarah's point, and as Glendina mentioned, there are a number of impediments to us successfully being able to deploy funds to those individuals who are cut out of the process. And we must take a multi-pronged approach. But I do want to clarify the misconception that banks do not want to lend. We want to lend money. That is how we generate growth. And so we are consistently looking for new opportunities, new partnerships, new relationships to attack and improve on the number of individuals that we can release credit to. But we must do so within the confines of federal and state regulations that require us to follow certain safety and soundness rules. And so we are partnering with and trying to partner with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We do offer government-insured loans such as FHA that allow for minimum down payments, VA loans that can go up to 100% financing, but it is not something that can be solved without a multi-pronged approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, Banco Popular.
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. And I want to jump on the back of the point made by Bank of St. Croix. The banks do not make money if we do not lend. Our branches, our deposits are liabilities on our balance sheet. They're not assets. So only our loans are assets. So if we can't make a loan, we don't make money. I can't pay my staff. I can't grow. So please understand that it's not that we don't want to lend. We want to lend at every opportunity. There was questions about how we manage with individuals that are disqualified. Well, we try not to get to that. We want to pre-qualify candidates as much as possible so we can have that upfront discussion as to what is needed to secure that loan. And if we cannot grant that loan under the terms put forth, we do we go back to the client and do a counter offer before we get to not qualifying. Appraisers, that is an issue in the market. We have a limited number of appraisers, so it does lend into the time that it takes to secure an appraisal to close a loan. And I'm hopeful that somehow we can certify more appraisers in the market, particularly on the commercial appraisal side. We are hurting in that area. Contractors, the price of construction is significant. However, understand what it is the Federal Reserve has done with increasing interest rates. By increasing interest rate, the aim is to slow inflation, and hopeful that the cost of mortgages, the cost of house sales, not mortgages, but house sales, the cost of construction will decrease when interest rates go up, because the market won't be as saturated. So supply and demand, the more demand there is, the higher the price goes up. If the demand is taken away, the price goes down. So while interest rates, and it is a very modest increase, it's 75 basis points coming off of, the Feds had been at basically zero. So it's still a very doable mortgage. You're talking about mortgage rates 4, 5, 6%. It's not out of being attained, but it may help the market in slowing the pace of inflation, slowing the price going up. So that may address some of that concern. But again, if we talk about the biggest impact we can have is if we can have those PMI enter the market. If we can get that, it's a game changer for the Virgin Islands, and it'll open up a lot more opportunity for our millennials to acquire mortgages.
Thank you. Oriental Bank.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. I echo the comments of my colleagues. The impact of all the factors is significant, and the bank cannot control the cost of the property, the insurance, and construction, but we can assist customers as much as possible through available resources such as VI Housing Finance Authority.
Thank you. First Bank, want to weigh in there?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Valdemar Collins. We certainly agree and share the sentiment of our colleagues that pretty much summed up the difficulty that we face. If there were one thing that I would want to focus on that was mentioned by the Honorable Senator Sorrow with respect to the millennials is the fact of the appraiser population. As Ms. Ropa just mentioned, it's supply and demand for everything. Right now, we have such a short supply of appraisers that not only is it creating an effect in the, getting through the process in a timely manner, but it's also incrementally going to impact the cost of those appraisals because we don't have a significant supply. To that end, and we would love to sit around the table and talk about this, but any program that the legislature can develop to encourage the millennials to become appraisers, given all of the retirements and attrition that's happened, any program that you can develop to encourage the millennials and those that are coming up to join that industry would be really helpful to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to try to wrap this up now, and we'll move to Senator DeGraff. Everyone will be able to get a wrap-up question. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for a wrap-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. In regards to one population I wanted to ask about, I am a proud veteran, and there are thousands of veterans in the territory. And I'd like to ask the banks to speak in regards to the services that we're speaking of for homeowners, for veterans, and also in regards to the Lieutenant Governor's Office, Acting Director Matthew. USAA is a bank that caters strictly to veterans. Would you have to be the entity to look into, or is it in their scope to have to look into coming here to try and get into the territory? Lieutenant Governor's Office first, and then the banks could mention about the services for veterans.
That's what I was about to say. Good.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director. We have reached out to USAA in particular at least two times every administration, and we've been getting the same answers. There's not an interest in conducting homeowners insurance in the territory. And I just want to add, because I think a lot of individuals think that USC the only place that they're not writing is in the Virgin Islands. They're not writing in Puerto Rico. They're not writing on the coast areas of Florida. So they have made a strategic decision not to write in certain high-risk areas that are more or less hurricane prone. So this is a situation that we have discussed on many occasions. We have met with USA. We have written to them on several occasions, and they just don't have an appetite to write in the territory as well as other jurisdictions. I just want to add also in regards, we're talking about banking, and we mentioned insurance companies to some extent, but even with insurance companies were having issues right now. We're talking about we've been having meetings with insurance company. We're talking about insurance companies saying, you know, they're going to think about stop writing also because of the reinsurance cost. So everything has connecting dots, whereas a consumer may just see the end result in that they're paying a higher price, but they're not seeing what goes into the process and what we're dealing with on our end when we speak to the insurance companies and they're saying, you know, we're gonna just have to kind of pull back on writing because our reinsurance cost is so high, or we may just decide to leave the territory altogether. So, you know, these are the things we have to factor in terms of these general discussions, because it may seem like it's a simple issue as to, you know, the rates are high and we need to get the insurance to reduce the cost. But then let's say the insurance companies decide they want to leave the territory. What do we do? What is our alternative? You know, so I think we have to, it's a holistic issue and we just have to look at it holistically. It's not an issue that can be easily resolved in one setting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And just go hear from the banks, and that'd be good for me, Mr. Chair, regards to their services with veterans. Thank you.
Yes, Bank of St. Croix.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We do offer Veterans Administration loans that allow for up to 100% financing for the purchase of a primary residence. And there are some additional product offerings for investment loan refinances as well.
Does this include land loans?
No, the VA does not do a guarantee for land loan product.
Okay. Banco Popular.
Or in Roebuck, Banco Popular, we have the same product with Veterans Administration on a mortgage for purchase and refinance. In terms of civil servants, we do, for active military, we also comply with federal regulations on caps on credit cards and other mortgage products that we offer.
Thank you. Oriental Bank.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We do not currently offer any Veterans Administration loans. However, I do understand it is in talks.
Thank you. First Bank.
Good afternoon. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. We also offer Veteran Administration loans, which provide 100% financing on purchase transactions. In addition to that, we also comply with the Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act. If there's someone on active military duty, we will reduce the interest rate accordingly. Additionally, we've also partnered with the local Veterans Administration Affairs Office to provide credit, home ownership, and financial literacy counseling to veterans in the territory.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. We'll move to Senator Frances Heiliger for her wrap-up question.
Afternoon once again to my colleagues, testifiers. I just wanted to speak to Ms. Matthews, Attorney Matthews, once again for clarity on the record. Do you know the total amount of unclaimed funds and properties outside of the $15.9 million that is under the purview of the Lieutenant Governor's office?
No, I don't.
You don't know the total amount? Okay. Hopefully we'll get that part sorted out. The question I want to ask specifically is in dealing with housing inventory. The concern that I have is, and this is directly to the banks, do you believe that if, for example, we made any adjustments in our zoning codes, building codes, et cetera, to potentially allow for, say, lot sizes for, say, smaller footprint homes, or you see there's a trend, some people build tiny homes, et cetera. Do you think that with whether it's millennials or sometimes 1 or 2 family individual homes, do you think this could be an opportunity for us to potentially diversify the housing market here in the territory by allowing for smaller lot sizes so smaller homes could be built? Any of the banks can answer me because I'm looking at cost effectiveness as well as size. I could start with Banco.
Orin Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. As far as I know, we don't have a limit or on the house size. If you want to build a cottage and it has the loan to value, we will finance it. So
Well, I'm talking about mainly like how in our zones, you have to have X amount of size lot to build on. If we were able to adjust the zoning laws to allow for smaller footprint homes to be built on smaller size parcels, that could potentially open up and build cheaper homes, therefore allowing others to be able to have a home. Do you think that something like that could be a possibility for us? Or is that something we should be looking into?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not in a position at this point to discuss zoning laws. I'm not familiar with all the requirements of our zoning code. So
Okay.
I'm not in the position right now
Not a
to have that
problem.
discussion.
Thank you. First Bank, tell me your thoughts on potentially smaller homes in the Virgin Islands to potentially bring about a larger housing inventory so that maybe as many people could get a piece of the Virgin Islands as possible.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Dina Perry Malone. I'm representing First Bank. And conceptually, what you brought forth, I think it sounds like a great idea. As long as the subject property is 1 to 4 units, and the borrower meets the credit income asset requirement, we're more than amenable to financing those types of transactions.
Thank you very much. Next bank.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. I am in agreement with what my colleague at First Bank said. As long as the borrower meets the income and asset requirements, we are amenable to lend to that borrower.
Thank you.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. I do believe that as long as a property is zoned and approved under Virgin Islands law, that we would be able to finance for it. In terms of the idea, I think it's definitely something to put forward to our community and find out, would there be demand for smaller homes on smaller lots? Because if there's demand, then we will follow.
Thank you so much for that answer. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair, and I think I have a lot to think about. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Potter, for your wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think one thing that we discovered today, and was no secret to anyone here in the room or anyone in the territory, is that we are experiencing some significant challenges with respect to low to middle income Virgin Islanders being able to achieve home ownership. It has been a challenge before the pandemic. The challenge has been even more compounded with respect to the inflation that we're seeing now, the limited housing stock that we have available that's affordable. My thoughts are that the situation is so challenging that it is imperative for us to convene an affordable housing summit where we bring the key stakeholders from the banking world, the legislature, the executive branch, and the construction world, to sit down at the table at different forums where we can come up with some strategies to address the issues that are really seriously affecting us with respect to citizens of the territory being able to afford a piece of the rock. I think that is an approach that we really have to take a look at if the average cost for a home in St. Thomas is upwards of $500,000, that is something that's difficult for us to wrap our hands around, wrap our brains around. And the numbers, it's not getting lowered. That $500,000 number is getting higher. How can we as a territory address these types of issues so that Virgin Islanders aren't priced out of the market, which we are virtually priced out right now? Unless you're making upwards of $500,000 a year, you cannot afford to build or buy a home on St. Thomas. And that is something that I think requires us to seriously look at from a banking institution. It's hard to blame the banks. I think Ms. Robert made a very strong point that banks make their money by lending funds. Keeping funds on a bank is a liability to the banks. You know, so I think we ought to develop an affordable housing summit where we bring the stakeholders around the table in another forum other than this to develop some strategies to positively impact affordable housing opportunities for Virgin Islanders. So is this something that the banking community would be amenable to participating in? I'd just like to ask all the individual bankers that's before us today.
And Mr. Vice Chair, while they're responding to you, can you take the chair there on St. Thomas, please?
Yes.
We'll allow you all to respond to the Vice Chair's question, and then we'll wrap up with Senator James and Senator Fred Gregory before we break. But the Vice Chair will take the chair from on St. Thomas. You may proceed with Bank of St. Croix.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. We would welcome the opportunity to sit down with all of the stakeholders and discuss how we improve and increase on opportunities for homeownership in the Virgin Islands. I think I am not being presumptive when I speak for everyone here, my colleagues, and say we all live here, we work here, we've raised our families here, and we are all committed to the success, the sustainability of this community. Thank you.
Orin Roebuck, Banco Popular, and I echo the confirmation that Ms. Williams has made. We will welcome the opportunity to have further discussion, possibly not in a public forum where we may be at greater liberty to share specific examples and numbers so you can get to the crux of the issues and where we need to go. We are not only here invested, but we have children. I have a 28-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old son, and I would like them to buy property in the Virgin Islands. And I know Ms. Williams also has 2 sons that she would like to see own property in the Virgin Islands. So this is a discussion that is personal. It is personal for us, just as it is personal for the senators. And we welcome the opportunity to have the discussion.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. I echo the sentiments once again. I also have children here that I would like to see own property here. You know, the Affordable Housing Summit is a good idea, but we must be aware of reality, which includes the limits created by our physical location and those resulting issues that won't change.
Senator, good afternoon. Like my fellow colleagues, we welcome the opportunity to participate in the conference when you're able to put it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Did we hear from everyone? Banking and insurance?
Yes, we also would welcome that there is much a role we can play in that endeavor. So we will be ready once a time is set as to when we can participate.
Thank you very much, testifiers. We will now afford Senator James. You're recognized for your wrap-up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't want to sound like a broken record, and abuse any time. We really want us to get on, move into the next block. So I'm just going to ask the Division of Banking this question as far as your working relationship with the other banks in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically for business loans. So can you just speak to this body and the people of the Virgin Islands as far as for the past 3 to 4 years since being in office, what was done as far as communicating with the bankers to make sure that there are opportunities, not just for home ownership, in which my colleagues were speaking about, but for business opportunities, because we know we have a lot of young Virgin Islanders and other Virgin Islanders of other age groups who are interested in business. But as you know, sometimes it's easier to get a car loan than a business loan. And sometimes the business loan is way smaller than the car loan. So can you speak to that?
Glendina Matthew, Interim Director, Division of Banking and Insurance. Our discussions to the banks are not related to residential only. We do have a big focus on commercial loans and entrepreneurship and all of that. So when we have discussions with the bank, all of those discussions take place as to how we can assist the consumers and the Virgin Islanders with trying to open new business or providing residential property.
And lastly, and I respect your statement, but I just want to dive in a little bit more and just elaborate. Can you speak to at least 3 objectives you're trying to accomplish from now till January 2023 as far as making sure that, okay, we might not be able to get all 3, but just a vision, a goal as far as what you're trying to accomplish with a better relationship with these bankers to make sure that these Virgin Islanders are afforded an opportunity to get a piece of the pie when they get their business loans by getting into the commercial market or the business world. Can you just give us some ideas of these 3 objectives?
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking and Insurance, Interim Director. Well, one of the objective, of course, is trying to get more persons to qualify for these loans that are available. As early as this morning, we were talking about what is needed. What are we seeing are the factors why persons may not qualify for loans? So, of course, that would be one of the things we would look at. We want to see that not only the numbers increase, but whatever the issues are that persons are affecting persons that are causing them to be unable to get these loans. We want to see that addressed. We also want to look at in terms of the Lieutenant Governor's office. We also have that insurance aspect. So we also are trying to make sure that we maintain the companies we have and we grow that industry, because we realize that the insurance part of it does affect the banking part. We see the relationship with each other. So that is an area we also want to focus on. As I indicated, we have been meeting with the insurers this hurricane season, trying to get ready for the hurricane season. We will be sending out notices to the bank also to touch base with them prior to the hurricane season being in full blown. But that is another area we want to look at to see how can we work with the banks to make sure the discussion of PMI just came up, and that will be a focus for us. We've heard that discussion before. I think we've been in another forum where we discussed PMI, but we realize that if that can allow persons to be able to qualify for mortgages or construction loans, we will make every effort to try to see how we can get companies who are willing to offer these products. As I indicated before, reinsurance has been a issue of concern for many of the insurers. So we know that will continue to be a topic. However, we will try to assist the insurance company in any way we can in terms of trying to get certain products that we realize is needed. And Senator Saru mentioned a particular program. I think Oriental indicated they offer that program. But nevertheless, that's a discussion we can have with all the banks as to, you know, how can we get the other banks to buy into that program? The objective is not to mandate that a bank provide a program, but if it's for the best interest of the community, we welcome the banks to all think about considering those programs that will allow our millennium to obtain homes. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to abuse my time. I know one of the most important things when getting a loan, especially a house, is your employment history. And as we know, once we can afford Virgin Islanders an opportunity to get into entrepreneurship, that counts as work history or employment history as well. And we have a lot of young Virgin Islanders with great ideas. They just need that funding, whether it's a 10,000 or 15,000. We can approve them for all these big student loans, but when it comes to these simple business ideas, they are denied. We need to stop doing that. And I'm not casting any blame on anyone. I'm just telling you that I've been approved for over 3 car loans in my entire life. But when it comes to those other things, it's like pulling teeth. But when you go to America and apply for those credit cards, you get them. I have like 9 to 10 credit cards. Down here is like pulling teeth. But if you want to say something cool, but Mr. Chair, she can answer in your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James.
Oh,
Any
I'm
of the
sorry.
respondents care to respond to that?
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted placed on record, this is Atala Bertrand Rogers from Oriental Bank. I just wanted it placed on record that Oriental Bank was named the 2022 Lender of the Year for Puerto Rico and the USVI by Small Business Association. So this goes to your point. We are very committed to lending to the small and medium-sized businesses in the Virgin Islands. So this award is given to the lender who makes most use of the SBA funds and guaranteed programs. So we are very committed to that area.
Congratulations for that, Ms. Bertrand. Congratulations to you and Oriental Bank.
Thank you.
We have exhausted our round of questions here today. We're going to offer you, all the testifiers, 30 seconds just to do a brief wrap-up. We want to thank you very much for prioritizing attending this very important session today. We're going to ask you to do a 30 seconds wrap-up, and it's going to be based on the order that we have here, starting with Ms. Glendina Matthew.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Interim Director. We want to thank the legislature for putting on this hearing today. And we just want to remind the public that our mandate is twofold: regulating the banking industry as well as consumer protection. We take our position very seriously, and we want to just let the public know that we are here, we are vested, as the banks have indicated. We also are vested in this community, and we want to make sure that we do things that will help consumers as well as businesses who may need assistance in any way. We also want to advise persons in the community. We are a consumer protection agency, so if you have questions, you have concerns, you have complaints, please come to our office, both in our St. Croix office, 1131 King Street, as well as our St. Thomas location in Niski Center. And you can file a complaint against any entities that we regulate, and we will try to assist you as best as we can. So thank you. And thank you to the hardworking staff.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthew. Ms. Bertrand, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. I just wanted to say that at Oriental Bank, as a digital bank, we offer we provide innovative solutions to support personal banking customers with access to their accounts through 24/7 digital services. As a service delivery leader for retail banking with simplified products and seamless channels and attentive customer experience, and for commercial banking with products designed with everything you need to take your business to the next level. Oriental accounts and services help you accept payments, cover expenses, make payroll, and so much more with 24/7 secure online access. Thank you for the opportunity to present information at this hearing today. We want to partner in all efforts to improve the residential and business borrowing environment in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bertrand. Ms. Roebuck, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Warren Roebuck, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. I want to thank you for allowing Banco Popular to be a part of this discussion, to speak frankly on some of the challenges that we do face and the opportunities that are ahead of us. Popular is committed to this community. We've been here almost 40 years, and we intend to move forward, growing this community and offering opportunities to enhance the financial standards of our citizens. I do want to encourage anyone listening to this in our wider community to please have a discussion with your bank. There's a lot of focus on programs that may, products that may not be offered in the territory. However, there are opportunities. We do have opportunity for rehabilitation loans through second mortgage, home equity, construction loans that can address your need. So please, for the small business, we do have products that are geared to small business. So let's not throw our hands up and say there's no way. There is a way, but please have that discussion. And that discussion may even be to prepare you for the next step of entering an application, to understand how to adjust your credit score, increase your credit score, what your credit history, how does that play in the credit decision, building equity, and understanding your debt to income ratios. Those are three very important aspects of both residential lending and commercial lending that any borrower needs to understand. I was very fortunate to purchase my first home at the age of 26. So it is possible, and be mindful that some of the tools and opportunity that are available have an income restriction. So you need to do it before your income rises above that restriction. So please, if nothing else comes out of this hearing, engage with your bank, have a discussion, let them know this is what I think I want to do, and we can help to guide you on that. So Popular is here, we're committed to the community, and we're also available to have group sessions. We will appear at Rotary, at your church, at any outreach organization to get that message and to strengthen our buying power and our credit power. So thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to engaging with this body further, along with the Division of Banking and Insurance and my fellow bankers, to see how we can bring further relief to our territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roebuck. Ms. Christina Williams.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. I'd like to echo the sentiments expressed by everyone today and thank the committee for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to testify on these very important, critical matters. I think that this has served as a jumping off point for us, both giving us an opportunity to educate a bit more about what we do and what there is available, but also to spur on further discussions about how we as a community can come together to really have an impact. I thank my colleague Oran Roebuck particularly for her comments as she wrapped up, really expressing some of the key things that we as an industry want to ensure that our community is aware of. The Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank, on our side, we are excited about the opening of our third branch, hopefully by the end of this year. And we look forward to continuing to grow and expand in this community where we have had a home for over 27 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. Ms. Crispin from Mid-Island.
She stepped away.
Mrs. Crispin stepped away, okay. Mr. Collins from First Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. I'd like, first, on behalf of First Bank, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Senate body, in particular the chairman of the committee. Would also like to express our appreciation for the invitation to share ideas with this August body. And we look forward to the opportunity to follow up on the summit so that we can continue our dialogue. As I indicated before, the First Bank has been committed to this territory for over 60+ years. And we continue to make enhancements to increase our customer experience. We are heavily focused on lending, specifically small business lending, and rebuilding the quality of our loan portfolios. We will continue to seek out the best available talent such that our customers that visit the branches are offered a high sense of service when they need particular services offered by the bank. And lastly, we will not, or we will continue to focus on our commitment to the community, whether that be in contributions, whether that be in service activities and volunteerism. But none of this, or all of this, won't be possible without the committed effort of our existing employee base and those that are considering joining First Bank. And for those that have been with us through the last few years, I just want to thank them once again for all their committed efforts, for what they do on a day in, day out basis for our customers. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Testifiers, thank you very much for your participation in today's hearing. I mean, it is with a sense of pride that we all have seen local Virgin Islanders at the helm of these major financial institutions. So it speaks volumes to you. This Committee on Rules, that's my committee, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture officially stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you very much for attending.
The Committee on Economic Development for Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 is back on record. Earlier in the first block, we heard from a number of our banking and financial institutions. I want to say again, thank you to them for the candid discussion. We see that there's a need to have more of those discussions. We didn't have enough time. We have some flight challenges. I know we have some testifiers here that needs to get back to catch their flight, so we had to cut off from the first block. But again, thank you to those dynamic ladies and the one gentleman that was from First Bank. If you notice, one of the good things is we see our local people at the helm of our banking industry, and we have some work to do, but you can see that they're dedicated and working towards that end. I believe that we need to just continue our conversations and make sure we push to get the best product for Virgin Islanders here. So we don't delay anymore, Madam Clerk, Block 2, can you read the agenda into the record just for Block 2? And if you have any correspondence, you can proceed straight there after the reading of the agenda.
Block number 2. The committee will hear testimony from tourism on the department's operation, status of the upcoming cruise ship season, shore excursions, capital projects, and initiatives yet not limited to those areas outlined. The Taxi Cab Commission, taxi associations, and other shareholders will share testimony on preparation for the upcoming cruise ship season and other related matters. Invited testifiers are as follows. Joseph B. Bercholte, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Lisa Hamilton, President, Hotel and Tourism Association. Addison Christian, President, Frederiksted Economic Development Association. Ronald Russell, Executive Director, Our Town Frederiksted. Frandel Gerard, Executive Director, Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism. Joanne Edney, President, Christiansted Restaurant and Retail Association. Linda Smith, Executive Director, Taxi Cab Commission. Teresa Ponce, Operation Manager, Island Network Worldwide, Inc. Francis Otter, President, St. Croix Taxi Cab Association. Correspondence. Letter from Joseph B. Bercholte to the Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, dated June 21st, 2022. Dear Chairman Gittins, please be advised that the Department of Tourism will not be available to attend a meeting scheduled by the 34th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 10 a.m. Unfortunately, our department's executive team has a number of conflicting off-island events and marketing meetings scheduled during the aforementioned period. Our department is available to have follow-up conversations at any other time. Sincerely, Joseph B. Bercholte, Commissioner, U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Mr. Chairman, that is the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so let me allow first for those that are before us to identify themselves and the entity that they represent, starting on my right, moving right along that way, and then we'll go to Ms. Hamilton online.
Good afternoon, Vernice Gums, Taxi Cab Commission, sitting in for our Executive Director, Linda Smith.
And your position is?
Assistant Executive Director.
Thank you. Welcome.
Marilyn Joyce Charles, Interim President of the Sunshine Taxi and Tours Association.
I don't know you by the name Marilyn Charles, a.k.a.?
A.k.a. Chihuahua.
All right. Welcome to the People's House.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Teresa Ponce, Operations Manager for Island Networks
Thank you so much for always stepping up.
Good afternoon, Frandel Gerard, Executive Director of Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism, Inc.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard, and for also always showing up as well. Online we have, I see Ms. Hamilton. How are you?
Good afternoon, Senator Gittens. Yes, Lisa Hamilton, St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association. I'm the Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much for always being with us. And I'm not sure who else I'm seeing online there. I see one other person.
Myrna George, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, Secretary. Good afternoon to all.
Ms. George, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Good. Thank you for attending. I must note before I let Ms. Vernice Gums begin her testimony, my disappointment for the absence of our Department of Tourism. This is supposed to be our #1 industry in the territory, and I'm just not seeing the urgency, the importance, or whatever it is you want to use whenever we call for them to be here. This agency, as small as it might be, but powerful, has not only a commissioner at the helm. There, according to the budget book, there's 2 assistant commissioners, a deputy commissioner, a special assistant to the commissioner, 4 division directors, and 4 assistant directors. And somebody could have been here. And to now send a letter at the 99th hour, the last day, to say that they're handling off-island meetings, I guess everybody is out of town. At least they could have catch a flight, right? But at the appropriate time, I will have a conversation with my colleagues. And this industry, again, is very important to us. And if in the future we must go through the subpoena process, which I don't like to do, then so be it. But Ms. Gums, at this time you're recognized for your testimony, and I know that your time is limited with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson Gittens, and members of the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture for inviting me to speak before your committee today. I am Assistant Executive Director Vernice M. Gums of the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission. Executive Director Linda I. Smith is unavailable to appear due to medical leave. Appearing remotely with me today are members, of which I'm only seeing one, Secretary Myrna George. Collectively, we will provide an overview on the Commission's operations and initiatives. At this time, we do not have any capital projects being considered. Operations. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission has struggled and continues to struggle financially to recover since COVID-19 restrictions were first introduced. First, our website was not set up to process online applications and payments. Employees were not equipped with the resources to work remotely. Our workforce consisted of an administrative employee on St. Croix, 1 collection clerk on St. Thomas, 1 administrative employee on military orders for approximately 2 years with the Virgin Islands National Guard, who has since returned to work, the special assistant to the director on sick leave for over 18 months on St. Thomas, and who has subsequently retired. Our enforcement officers on St. Thomas and St. Croix reporting to the COVID task force under the Department of Public Safety at the expense of the Commission, who is responsible for providing the officers with vehicles, gas, repairs, and maintenance with no financial assistance from the task force. It has become increasingly difficult for the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission to provide the necessary services and generate revenues, which has led to the agency's expenses surpassing its cash flow and creating a burdensome workload on the limited remaining staff. Unfortunately, the Commission's current budget does not allow us to hire additional personnel. Some initiatives of the Commission are: 1, the primary focus of the VITCC is to collect revenues. One way is by processing online applications and offering payments through our website. Benefits from this are: it saves time, reduces the need for cash and checks, secure and reliable, low risk of theft, attracts more operators, decreases late payments, accept a wide variety of payments, offer better customer experience, and immediate confirmation. 2, migrating to a paperless office is a long-term goal of the Commission. As you may or may not know, the benefits of running a paperless office are huge. A, cost reduction. There's a cost of paper itself, which is expected to rise significantly. Then there's a cost of printers, toner, and maintenance. File cabinets and the space they take up in the office must be considered. Let's not forget the little things like file folders, pens, paper clips, and staples. The cost of all this paper-based infrastructure can add up fast. Maintaining paper documents also leads to several indirect costs. It's extremely labor-intensive. Our limited staff spends too much time printing, collating, and filing, which takes away from other revenue-driving tasks. Going paperless eliminates most of this cost. The total savings could be huge, enough to hire.
Excuse me, Assistant Director, and my apologies. But I'm going to ask you to skip that part.
Okay.
We're really here to hear about the industry, so you could go straight to how is the industry affected by the increase.
In gas prices?
Yes.
Okay. The rise in gas prices is affecting all aspects of the vehicle for hire industry, to include but not limited to maintenance of the operators' vehicles and how much money they take home at the end of the week. Gas prices are cutting into the profits that operators can make. Our operators are feeling the pinch and eventually will have no choice but to pass along higher costs to the consumers, which opens the door for discussion. Should vehicle for hire operators bite the bullet and absorb the extra costs, or do we raise the prices? To be fair to all concerned and to help us answer the question, the Taxi Cab Commission held town hall meetings on all 3 islands and received favorable input from individual drivers and taxi organizations who have recognized the need for tariff increase due to the increase of fuel prices, but also mindful that once the tariffs is increased, the rate of fuel will continue to go up, with some operators feeling the possibility of pricing themselves out of the market. To that end, and to bring relief to our operators, the board has considered increasing the tariff territorially, something that has been long overdue. The updated tariff should be finalized on or about June 30th, 2022. Preparation for the upcoming cruise ship season. In the coming weeks, I will be submitting recommendations to the board to consider hiring 2 enforcement officers, 1 for each district. Currently, we do not have an office presence in St. John. However, it is my intent to reach out to the St. John administrator to procure a space where we can travel to St. John twice a month, beginning in July, to provide services to our St. John operators. How does the agency accept reviews and process applications, drivers, and vehicles? During the year 2014, the DEN board established and approved a committee that was responsible for the implementation of the Rules and Procedures program for the training and licensing of first-time taxi drivers. However, it appears that in subsequent years, the commission has strayed away from the initial program, which, to the best of my knowledge, have never been legally amended. As such, I have no knowledge as to what guidelines and mechanisms have been applied over the past 8 years. This has brought us to a crossroad where we will need to evaluate the program and determine its efficiency and effectiveness. As we quickly approach the end of the tourist season, and while no classes are being held, I will propose to the board the need for the commission to meet with UVI representatives to determine the following that will better help us enhance the program. Total number of applicants from 2015 to present. Of that number, how many owned a medallion? How many persons were enrolled in each class? How many persons successfully completed the program? Of that number, how many are medallion owners? How many were veterans? How many can accept electronic payments? Once this information has been obtained, we will make recommendations to the board of any changes necessary to enhance the program that may be required for approval. How does the agency reviews and resolve complaints generated from the writing public? The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission website is currently under construction. However, we encourage customers who have a problem with a taxi or taxi driver's behavior or who believe a vehicle to be unlicensed to report it immediately by calling our office or sending an email to the executive director and or the assistant executive director. The complaint is then shared with our enforcement officers and Mr. Vincent Georges, who is the board's law enforcement representative. A copy of the complaint and its findings are submitted to the board's chairperson, Ms. Loretta Lloyd, to be shared with fellow board members and individuals listed in the complaint. If the problem involves a criminal act, the complainant will be directed to report it to the Virgin Islands Police Department. In an emergency, call 911. How does the agency handle telephone inquiries from public and industry members? All employees are encouraged to answer the phone within 3 rings and to be prepared. Have a pen and paper or email message open to capture details and to answer the phone with the appropriate greeting. If the employee is unable to satisfactorily answer the customer or operator's inquiry, that inquiry is then forwarded to his or her supervisor, who then reviews the inquiry and responds to the customer or operator. In conclusion, I thank you, Senator Gittins, and the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture for inviting us here today to present this testimony. The VITCC's board members for their guidance and support, the executive director, our enforcement officers, and our limited staff for their continued support despite the many challenges we face daily. Last, but certainly not least, I want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our automobile for hire operators who serve as ambassadors and the first line of customer service to our territory. I am available to answer your questions to the best of my ability. For those questions which I may not readily have the answer, I will diligently provide the answer in writing to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director Gums, and congratulations on your new post.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ms. Charles.
Good afternoon to Senator Gittins.
What's your full name and your title again? Which entity?
My name is Marilyn Joyce Charles, alias Chihuahua. I'm the interim president of the Sunshine Taxi and Tours. Right now, because of the COVID, we are not operating until next season. I really didn't have anything to say because I thought the other, tourism were here and other members of the taxi association. But I'll do my best. Our tariff was not changed from the year for 17 years now. So we had asked for a raise since a long time. We sent to the taxi commission, taxi board to give us a raise, but we never heard anything from them. And then we keep sending tariff all the time. And the last tariff, we were waiting on them to raise the price, because the last meeting I had with Miss Linda Smith in Sunny Isles, where we gave her our tariff for the change of prices for the road runners. And we raised the price from $2.50 to $3.50 because of the gas raise, and $4 at night, but hardly anybody runs at night. So, and then the seniors will get, we will take like $3 from them. No, yeah, $3, and this children will be $3. But we never heard anything after from them. So the passengers now are telling the drivers, because of the raise of prices, they tell them take the 50 cents. But some of them raising the price without getting the real, like the taxi commission have to give us the answer if the price is raised, yes or no, because they had to have a meeting with the senators. But that did not come to fruition. So that's why I come to find out what it is going on, and if the taxi commission and the senators will allow the drivers to raise the price to $3.50 during the day and $4 at night, and the $3 for tourists, for the seniors, and $3 for the kids, the school kids. So I come to ask if they will raise the price, because the drivers and them are running at a loss. From Christian Ted to Frederickstead, the gas finished and they didn't pick up 2 passengers. So I advise them to strike, because the passengers and them they quarreling with them and telling them they're raising the price and all of that. But they're running at a loss. That's why you see a lot of taxi drivers not on the road, because after tourist season done, they depend on the road. But it have drivers who don't go for tourists, they run the road. So that's my take on what it is happening to the road runners and other drivers, because right now we don't have no ship coming in until next season.
And that's why we're here, to have that discussion in preparation of that as well. But I understand your concern, and the commission assistant director is here, and at least one board member is here listening.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be able to address your
They
concern.
the drivers want to know for sure if they will be allowed to charge the $3.50.
So we'll address that as well.
Okay.
We'll move on now to Ms. Ponce. You recognize, start out by identifying yourself and who you're representing. Thanks.
Teresa Ponce, Operations Manager for Island Networks Worldwide, Inc.
Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, Senator Chair. I would like to formally introduce our company, Island Networks Worldwide, Inc., and myself to the 34th Legislature. I am Teresa Ponce, Operations Manager. I started with the company in 2009 as peer coordinator and began managing the company in 2013. Island Networks Worldwide, Inc. is also known as IWW, is a sole tour operator on St. Croix, contracted with all the major cruise lines, to provide shore excursions. We have been in operation since cruise ships returned to our port in 2008. We are a locally based company which has partnered with local tour operators to provide some of the best experienced shore excursions on St. Croix. The core of our business is to create and share St. Croix's unique attractions with a guaranteed guest experience.
Can you come a little closer to the mic? Because the stenographer is on St. Thomas and she needs to hear you clearly.
Collectively, we have partnered with the below local businesses to offer a total of 14 shore excursions. Additionally, we have also proposed 5 new tours for the upcoming season. Cane Bay, we have businesses such as Cane Bay Dive Shop, Leatherback Brewing Company, Chant, Caribbean Sea Adventures, Paddle Sport Adventures, Lyric Sales, Whitney Island Vodka, the Domino Club, 6-9 Restaurant, and several more. This partnership has allowed local businesses the opportunity to work with the cruise lines. The cruise lines require all tour operators to have a $5 million insurance coverage. Unfortunately, this has been a hindrance to most businesses from working directly with the cruise lines. Local businesses cannot afford the high cost to operate and stay afloat with little demand. Realistically, this is the perfect example of an excess demand. IWW allows all our partners to benefit from the coverage by assuming the costs and adding them as an additional insurer to our policy. However, they are still required to have the local minimum liability insurance. Over the past years, IWW have capitalized on opportunities to attend C-Trade and FCCA. We meet with the decision makers on the deployment team to evaluate and market our products. These meetings are essential to our tourism economy and ensure consideration for future calls. As you may know, cruise lines make money through 2 channels, ticket sales and onboard purchases. Though ticket sales represent a majority of the revenue, onboard purchases, specifically shore excursions, account for the lion's share of the profit. These profit margins are also key factors that sway the decisions of the deployment team. The more allotments we can provide, the bigger the profit margin. Transportation is a major factor when operating tours. IWW also manages transportation services for the shore excursions provided to the cruise lines. We have approximately 15 to 20 licensed taxi drivers that work directly with us, with access to a total of 7 25-passenger buses and 6 15-passenger vans. We have experienced challenges with transportation throughout the years of operation. Some of these challenges, such as minimal transportation, have limited our ability to provide more allotments to the cruise lines. We currently accommodate up to 30% of the capacity on board. With an average of approximately 350 guests. We accommodate an average of 350 guests per ship. One of the most recent challenges has been securing a location to dispatch our tours. Since 2008, we have been allowed to operate our dispatch on the Annie Abramson Pier directly outside the ship. However, due to COVID restrictions set by the Port Authority, our transportation was not allowed to enter the pier. This resulted in the guests having to walk outside the pier to board our transportation with no accommodations in place for guests with walking challenges. In the past, the Port Authority has also provided a complimentary shuttle to traverse guests to and from the ship. We have received numerous guest complaints and requests from the cruise lines to revisit this decision. As far as accommodations, we have accommodated since 2010 with the highest guest accommodation being in 2014 season, cruise ship season 2014-2015, with 71 ships, and we accommodated 22,151 guests on tour. With the lowest accommodations being in 2019-2020 season, with 17 ships, we accommodated 4,784 guests. And that season, it's low because of, it was ended shortly due to COVID. For the upcoming season, 2022-23, we are expecting 73 ships total and with approximately 28,000 guests to accommodate. IWW also provides port agent services to most of the cruise lines visiting St. Croix. Within this scope of service, we are responsible for organizing, overseeing, and coordinating all aspects of the port call, from booking berth allocations and services ahead of the vessel's arrival to finalizing the accounts and other paperwork after the vessel has sailed. Port agency services includes, but are not limited to, immigration and customs, medical assistance, berth reservations, luggage handling, legal representation, refueling, the ship waste disposal, repairs, etc. On behalf of our company, I would like to extend my appreciation for allowing us the opportunity to share this information with the 34th Legislature. It is with hope that this testimony is the beginning of more collaborative efforts. As a stakeholder in this tourism industry, we are committed to creating and improving our products to enhance the guest experience here on St. Croix. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll move to Ms. Gerard. You recognize.
Good afternoon. Frandel Gerard, Executive Director of Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism, otherwise known as CHANT. Honorable Kenneth Gittins, good afternoon. Members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other senators, and fellow Virgin Islanders. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to the committee regarding our role in the tourism sector, our successes, and our challenges. As I stated before, I'm Frandel Gerard, Executive Director of CHANT, and I am also the lead trainer of tourism providers to include tour operators, taxi operators, and tour guides. CHANT's mission is to spark a sustainable tourism renaissance on St. Croix by establishing our island community as one of the leading heritage and nature tourism destinations in the world. By focusing on development from within, CHANT's Heritage and Nature Tourism program will serve as an engine for sustainable economic development, contributing to a new era of increased broad-based prosperity and community pride. In 2009, CHANT launched a comprehensive tourism training course in partnership with the VI Department of Tourism to ensure the success of St. Croix as a viable cruise ship destination, with the hope of further expanding the tourism industry on St. Croix. 25 guides successfully completed the first training program, and CHANT has trained over 150 taxi drivers, operators, tour guides, and tourism providers to date. The CHANT Cruise Ship Tour program is one of our successful products, offering unique experiences that provide visitors with a wealth of knowledge and personal connection to St. Croix. CHANT's independently contracted tour guides and operators provide historical Frederiksted walking tours, guided scenic bus tours, and private guided tours in partnership with Island Networks. For the upcoming cruise ship season, CHANT will be adding a Christiansted historical walking tour to that portfolio. The CHANT Tour Guide program has added value to the St. Croix tourism product by improving the quality of the tour products and increasing the participation of residents in the provision of services. The social benefit of this contribution is measured by the satisfaction of our guests and the increase in employment opportunities for residents of the island. CHANT has partnered with the VI Department of Tourism and continues to provide tours for travel writers and other VI Department of Tourism guests. We provide consultation on history and other related fields, and we serve as a resource for the staff and consultants upon request. We have supported the efforts to brand St. Croix as a cultural and heritage destination. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Chant scaled back operations in response to travel restrictions and has now begun to build back our capacity to meet the needs of the cruise and general travel industries. We are grateful for the support of the 33rd and 34th, I think 33rd, Virgin Islands Legislature and Senator Javon James for including funding for Chant during these difficult years. I am sorry to report, however, that we did not receive the funding due to the inability of the Department of Tourism to process our allocations. I look forward to continuing our work in the heritage and nature tourism sector and to increase the participation of Virgin Islanders in the tourism sector as providers and owners of tourism-related business. Again, thank you for this opportunity, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard, and I share in your disappointment. We'll have further discussion on that. Ms. Hamilton, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Gittens, committee members, and fellow testifiers. My name is Lisa Hamilton. I am the Executive Director for the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association and appear on behalf of our Board of Directors and membership. We thank the Chairman for inviting us to participate in this hearing to provide information on our initiatives with regards to our tourism operations in St. Croix. The St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association's membership includes a variety of accommodations ranging in size from bed and breakfast and villas to small and full-service resorts and hotels. Our allied members represent businesses that support those directly engaged in tourism, such as dive shops, car rentals, attractions, rum distilleries, casino, marketing companies, jewelry stores, insurance companies, airlines, and freight forwarders. Although we do not engage in direct marketing sales initiatives to potential developers, we do promote St. Croix in various initiatives. Annually, we attend the Travel and Adventure Show series that connects over 2.1 million travel enthusiasts with unique travel brands in the United States, designed to produce demand for our product, generate quality leads, and increase bookings. This year, we attended their shows in Chicago, Boston, New York, Washington, D.C., Denver, Atlanta, and Dallas. The Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, CHTA, hosts an annual buyer-supplier trade show called Caribbean Travel Marketplace, which brings together buyers from around the world interested in doing business with hotels in the Caribbean. We partner with the Department of Tourism to promote St. Croix at this event. Our annual Destination Symposium, which is in its 26th year, is another public-private sector partnership with the Department of Tourism that has been vital to showcasing the Virgin Islands tourism product, including St. Croix. Our online travel agents and traditional wholesalers spend 5 days visiting the various hotels and attractions on all the islands in the territory. They conduct site inspections of our properties, including those on St. Croix, and discuss strategies for marketing our tourism product most effectively to their clients. We also engage directly with consumers with our website that allows prospective visitors to book directly with our hotels. Direct bookings eliminate the commission paid to third parties, thereby ensuring the hotels receive the maximum revenue possible for their rooms. We are proud to be the organization that manages the USVI culinary team, which competes at the Taste of the Caribbean event hosted by CHTA annually in Miami. The Department of Tourism is also a major sponsor of this event. The USVI culinary team draws its members from all of our islands, including St. Croix. Over 18 countries in the Caribbean participate in this event. There is a consumer component during which the public is invited to sample flavors from around the Caribbean, providing visibility to St. Croix through team members and further promoting our destination to potential visitors. On the development side, from time to time, we meet with investors and attorneys and other representatives of hotel developers seeking EDC benefits. Our role is to provide information that encourages hotel development. We also partner with the EDA to promote its benefits to prospective investors. In regard to capital expenditures, several of our members were able to complete much-needed renovations after the storm from the insurance proceeds and additional capital infusions. Through the activities that I've mentioned, the St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association ensures that St. Croix is well represented at important trade shows and by other means for promoting the island and all it has to offer. We also serve as a forum for the discussion of issues affecting tourism on St. Croix and a voice for businesses engaged in tourism. And Senator Gittens, I had hoped to be available for questions after the testimony is read. I do not have any staff, and I am in charge of an event that's happening this afternoon, and so I do have a hard stop at 4 p.m., but I'm certainly happy, if I'm not available for any of the questions, to answer any of those for you as soon as you send them to me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I understand and appreciate your presence and participation here. Also, I know that the Assistant Director has a flight to catch, but if any of my colleagues have any questions pertaining to the Taxi Cab Commission, we do have a board member online, Ms. Charles, and Ms. George, and she'll be able to fill in for the, or act in instead of the Assistant Director. So at this time, again, just for the benefit of the viewing and listening audience, we're to have discussions with the Department of Tourism, who is not here, and some of the stakeholders who are here, taxi cab commissions, taxi operators, and tour operators. As specifically in St. Croix, we're expecting to have an increase in tourist passengers from the cruise line. We're told that it's supposed to be tripled, and if that is the case, then we definitely want to make sure that we're on better footing to be able to address those needs. Of course, I always say that we need to address the needs of our locals first. And of course, once our needs are addressed, it should be on par even with those of our visitors. But we need to make sure at the same time that that we are ready for this increase. And again, we're disappointed that some of the stakeholders are not here. However, hopefully this is not the last discussion before we see the movement of these ships to the territory. There's so much to discuss, what's going on down at the port, etc., and to make sure that we have a dispatch area, a well-coordinated operation going on once the cruise ships are here, and that we're still able to have taxi cab enforcement functions throughout the island and not just down at the docks as if these officers are babysitting or doing security at the docks, but looking at our taxis traversing the island. So as we proceed now, we will start with there was something that was said, and I was making so much notes before we move forward, but I'm not sure where I'm at with all these papers in front of me, so I'm going to go ahead with Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, if you have a question for Assistant Director Vernice Gums, you want to ask that first before I excuse her to catch her flight? On St. Thomas, I think the senator is trying to speak, but we can't hear you on St. Croix. No communication on St. Croix?
Okay, I think they got me now.
I got you now.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. In regards to the Taxi Commission, how many enforcement officers do you have presently?
At this time, we have three.
Please state your name and title and then respond.
Vernice Gums, Assistant Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Currently, we have 3 enforcement officers, 2 in St. Thomas and 1 in St. Croix.
And how many do you actually need as a part of your operations?
To adequately address our needs, we can use at least, I would say, 10, so that we can beef up those officers on St. Croix and then have added officers in St. Thomas to not only cover the ports, but also the streets and the taxi stands.
And what is the starting salary for your enforcement officers?
Ms. George, can you assist me with that question?
Good afternoon, Myrna George, Secretary, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. I don't have the exact figure, but I want to think it's in the neighborhood of 36,000.
Okay. Yeah, because I see that as a problem in itself. The enforcement and the officers working with PD right now, or with the task force. Okay, I guess I could come back to that, but also for Ms. Hamilton, in regards to the hotel and tourism, you know, I was hoping you would also mention about the summer employment program that you have. That's another great thing that we are seeing also in exposing our youth to the hotel and tourist industry as a whole. So again, before you leave, could you elaborate some on that, Ms. Hamilton? President Hamilton?
Certainly, Senator DeGraff, as you are a longtime participant of the program, and I thank you for that. Because I thought that this testimony was specific to St. Croix, and we have not been able to roll this program out there, but we do. We had 25 students that we were able to employ in 9 different businesses within our membership, and they actually started today, their first day of work. It's a 6-week program. We give them 24 hours a week. For the 6 weeks, it's a total of 144 hours to expose them to our industry. They are provided by the senators such as yourself, as well as the Department of Labor. And, you know, it's just a great opportunity for them to be able to participate in the program and to learn about our industry. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on it. I would love to be able to, hopefully, in the near future, do the same thing in St. Croix.
Okay, that's again, that to me, that's a great asset. I realize the meeting is specific more or less to the St. Croix entities, to all the St. Croix entities on the schedule today. Thank you for your service to the people. It's invaluable. Now, also for the Taxi Cab Commission, I know that you were doing there was a meeting here. I attended one of the meetings here where there were discussion of making some changes to the tariffs. Was that also carried out on St. Croix? No. And what's the status of that presently?
Ms. George, are you online still? Because I'm not
Yes,
seeing.
I am.
Okay. Can you turn on your
Okay,
camera?
I'll go ahead. Myrna George, Secretary, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission.
Can you turn on your
Senator
camera?
DeGraff, those meetings were held on each island, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix.
Ms. George, can you turn on your camera for me, please? Ms. George, can you hear us? All right,
Ms. George, can you hear? Ms. George, Mr. Chairman asks, we turn on your camera. Okay. Okay.
you could go ahead and proceed. She might be offline. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So Ms. George, in regards to that, what was the outcome?
No, can you skip Ms.
meetings?
George? I'm sorry, Senator.
Yes.
Can you skip Ms. George until we could get her back up online, please?
Oh, okay. I thought you could have hear me, but okay, good. Okay, skip Ms. George. Okay, and in regards to the St. Croix Taxi Association, I think the young lady who testified, I didn't remember her name, but ma'am, could you tell me what were some of the outcomes of the meetings on St. Croix in regards to, in particular, the adjustments to the tariffs?
My name is Marilyn Joyce Charles, alias Chihuahua.
Okay, Ms. Charles.
We made a tariff since last year and the year before, but we never get any word of the prices that were changed. But or suggestion, okay, our suggestion we suggested that the road runners, after the cruise ship season finish in April, the taxi drivers depend on the road. So we raised the price to $3.50 for the regulars and $3 for the seniors during the day and $4 at night after 6 and $3 for the school children. We also raised our prices because we used to do tours. Well, after the COVID, we kind of was not running any business until the season picks up next year. But I'm the interim president of the Sunshine Taxi and Tours. But right now, I'm not running any taxi. But I have been speaking out for the taxi drivers, become still a valid taxi driver. I have my medallion, and I go, I talk on their behalf, because some of them, they don't come to meetings sometimes, so, you know. But our tariff has been raised to the different prices of different tours and transportation to different parts of the island. But we more focus on the road, running the road for the $3.50 during the day for regulars and the $4 at night after 6, and the $3 for seniors and the $3 for school children. And we put in our tariff, and we never heard anything because the taxi commission had to have a meeting, I believe, with the senators to give us an answer, and we never get any answer about the prices.
When the young lady, Ms. George, come back up, she could address some of that, because that was one of the questions I had. And finally, for President Hamilton, in regards to tourism across the United States, Caribbean, have you seen, with the COVID and the prices of fuel being skyrocketing, have you seen increases in taxi fares across the spectrum?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. So basically, Mr. Chair, I don't know if my time was called, because I do apologize if I went over. I didn't hear anything.
It's okay. Ms. Charles took up most of your time, but you could go ahead if you have another question.
Sorry,
Sorry
about that.
When Ms. George comes up, I know other senators might want to get in with Ms. Hamilton and Ms. George before they leave. So thank you for the time. If Ms. George comes up, you could just ask her.
Well, Ms. George is up now. Ms. George is up now. You can proceed.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Yeah, Ms. George, the question was, I know you had the meetings on St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and if you can give update status on those meetings on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you again, Myrna George, Secretary, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. The meetings were held with the Taxi Cab Commission and the public, taxi drivers, any news media that was invited was present as well. Director Smith chaired those hearings, those meetings, and it was very upbeat. I attended the one on St. John. The proposal from the commission was to increase the tariff across the board by 50%, but we wanted to get the opinion of the taxi drivers. We wanted to know if that's what they wanted. They asked that we tweak it, and we were in the process of tweaking it, working with them, receiving phone calls and emails daily from various associations throughout the territory, as well as individual drivers. And unfortunately, Director Smith had to take a sick leave absence, and we were unable to continue this. Now, we are still working through, we are still trying to forge through, because it's so important we are having such an increase in gas prices, and the trend is only that it's going to continue. Right now in St. John, we're looking at $6.32 a gallon. So we sympathize with everyone, especially our taxi drivers, and we ask them to be very patient with us. We are working on this. If we can get the tariff out and agreed upon, we are trying our best for the 30th of June. If that does not happen, we are prepared to propose to the board a fuel surcharge of at least $2. But we have to bring some sort of reprieve to this industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Charles.
You know, as we discuss these tariffs, I'm wondering, because I'm looking at the law as well. I haven't done this for quite some time, but at one point in my life, I used to be a traffic cop. And I know that your tariff had to be posted in the vehicles for hire. Yeah. While we're talking about tariffs, is that being done at this time?
Myrna George, for the most part, yes, Senator. However, our enforcement officers should be on the lookout for anyone that's not doing that, and citations should be written accordingly, because that is the law. They should be conspicuously posted.
Okay, so because I remember I used to issue citations for that, but I wouldn't ask you now how many citations you've done, if you've done any, because the chief enforcement officer is not here. And besides, that's not the direction that we want to go into today as well, but that's a conversation for future, because what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're in a position to receive this triple amount of cruise ship passengers that they're talking about in the coming months. We keep saying next year, but it's actually in the coming months. So thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers who took time from their busy schedule to prioritize attending this meeting. It's greatly appreciated. I want to thank you really for all that you do in support of enhancing the Virgin Islands tourism product, because it takes all of us in this operation, takes the taxi drivers and tour operators and the hotel association folks working together for things to work positively for our territory. Tourism is still our #1 bread and butter industry, so we don't take the work that you do for granted at all. As the chairman alluded to, though, we are slated to see a significant increase in cruise ship passengers, cruise ship calls territory-wide. I think on St. Croix, we're talking about a 300% increase, which is something that's incredible. Well, the numbers sound tremendous, and we are very excited about that potential increase. Are we prepared for this increase? And have there been meetings? Have the meetings started with the Port Authority, the Hotel Association, the Taxi Cab Commission? You know, I would imagine if something like that, we are going to see such a drastic increase in traffic, I would imagine that we would be seeing meetings happening around the clock to ensure that we are prepared. Is it just me, or am I just seeing it so that things being somewhat quiet in that regard? And I can ask the Taxi Cab Commission as well as Ms. Hamilton from the Hotel Association whether they've been engaged and involved in any conversations with, you know, the port and the various stakeholders to ensure that we are prepared.
Good afternoon, Lisa Hamilton here. We do focus, we are a hotel and tourism association, and so although you know, WICO happens to be a member of the St. Thomas St. John Association, and obviously the cruise ships are very important to our allied memberships. We have not been in the forefront of that, but we certainly would be willing to get together, because I agree with you, Senator. I think that there's going to be a lot of people coming to St. Croix, and right now the feedback from some of the cruise ship passengers is that there's not a lot to do in St. Croix. So I think you're spot on with, you know, really identifying these areas and these gaps where we can provide opportunities for small businesses.
Exactly, because I mean, just do we have the capacity with regards to taxi drivers on St. Croix to accommodate this increase? Or are we just going to wait until the day comes to find out that it is a disaster? What was slated to be a potential benefit turns out to be a big bust. I don't know if the Taxi Cab Commission has any thoughts on this.
Myrna George, I definitely agree with you, Senator Potter. We need to be prepared with what's happening on St. Croix. It's exciting news, not only for St. Croix, but for the territory. At this time, I do not know if Director Smith, as I've mentioned before, she's out ill. I do not know if she has been engaged in any of the meetings. I would hope so, but I don't believe that Assistant Executive Director Gums has had the opportunity, as she's only been there for at least, I believe she's been there about 4 weeks. But if this is not happening, I certainly encourage it, because it's very important that this type of conversation takes place.
I fully agree, and you're right, Ms. Hamilton. I think I had the privilege of attending the cruise ship conference earlier this spring, and the feedback that we got from everyone is visitors are looking for fresh activities, fresh tours and excursions when they come to the island. You know, yeah, we can win them and lure them here, but if we don't have fresh, new activities that's pertinent and indigenous to this territory, they're not going to come back. Right after the cruise, they send you these electronic evaluation forms, you know, asking you, how was your experience? How was the excursion? How were the taxi drivers? How, you know, and if we're not preparing right now, failing to prepare, I mean, we're failing to prepare, we're preparing to fail. And that is a deep concern that I have right now. But thank you very much, ladies, for all that you do. I'm very hopeful that very soon, in short order, because Ms. Hamilton, I know you're not a part of the cruise industry, but I think this is something that definitely will be relevant to you also, and some of your stakeholders, and your input will definitely be valued also, along with the Taxi Cab Commission and the taxi drivers and tour operators. But thank you very much for all that you do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter, and I totally concur with what you're talking about. I think that we should have somewhat like a report card as well. And at the same time, I want to thank Ms. Ponce and her team for usually being at C-Trade as well. I oftentimes say that, you know, you got to have a seat at the table in order for you to be part of the decisions and whatnot, and we learned so much while we're there. Who would have known that one of the hardship for our local tour operators to be in operation is to have a $5 million insurance coverage.
Yep.
So these are things that whenever we go to C-Trade, I often see individual taxi cab drivers and whatnot from other Caribbean islands. And I'm saying that our Department of Tourism as well, I've been asking them and Port Authority to encourage our local taxi drivers and more operators and whatnot to, tour operators that is, to actually be present at C-Trade so that they can be part of the discussion, take in some of the trending things that needs to be done that we totally lack here in the territory. So again, thank you to this good small business, and I encourage you to even encourage your fellow guides to participate in not only C-Trade, but the other one was FCCA conference. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory, to central staff and staff in the institution. First of all, I wanted to ask my first set of questions. I had an opportunity to attend a couple of the town hall meetings they had here in the District of St. Thomas, St. John, in speaking to these tariff increases. And one of the things that quite a bit of the taxi individuals were stressing was the constant back and forth over the years to try to get these tariffs increased. And in listening to some of the testifiers here, it's been an interesting dialogue to hear some of the things that they had to go through. I want to ask the commission, when do you think that these new increases will be finalized? Because I know it's supposedly going through the process, but what is the final method that is going to be utilized? Because the last thing I went to was when all the taxis had to come back to turn in their final recommendations for these new tariffs. Where are you at now, and when do you think this process should be completed?
Mona George, we are asking them to finalize it as quickly as possible, as we are continuously getting changes. Persons are not too comfortable with the rate increase that was proposed. It is not etched in stone. We are listening to the taxi drivers, and we're going to do what best pleases them. As many of them have concerns that they don't want to price themselves out of the market. They're afraid that other entities may come in, etc. But our target date is June 30th. And
okay,
as I've mentioned, yes, and if we do not get that done, we as the commission is prepared to speak or have a dialogue with the drivers and the community about a fuel surcharge. We have to be sort of brief.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to find out, one of the other things that I heard was a major issue had to do with the enforcement officers that were assigned to the commission. They say there's a lot of different infractions that happen, and during the COVID pandemic, these officers were reassigned to the COVID task force. Have they now been reassigned back to the commission so that they could tackle some of the issues that we have heard and certain complaints as it relates to enforcement?
Yes, Senator Francis Heiliger. I would say that our enforcement officers did the best that they could do while on the COVID task force. They also kept an eye as best they could on the industry, taxi cab industry. We did receive some citations for infractions. However, our officers are now have now been returned to the commission.
Oh,
So they're-
excellent. I'm happy to hear
they're
that.
with us now.
Good, good. There was also some discussions about digital payments, credit cards, etc. Every time that the commission has been before this body, they have spoken about how that process is taking place and how it's going to come to final fruition. Could you share with me a little bit about that, please?
I don't have that information, Senator. So I would say the testimony of Director Smith when she was before you last would be the information that would stand at this time. But I will look into it. I will get back to you and let you know where it's at. Like I said, she has been out sick since May 5th.
I understand that. One of the other things I wanted to touch on has to do, and I know my colleague talked a little bit about it, has to do with our presentation to the world as people come here and visit the territories. What is a vigorous plan that's going to be in place, or should be in place when it comes to how taxis represent or present information? Whether I saw when I went to the town halls that there were sections for tours and all these other different things that some of the taxis do provide. How does the commission really intend on focusing on them getting the type of training so that they could have a very strong, knowledgeable, and factual relaying of information to people that do visit these shores?
Myrna George, I wish this had happened sooner than later. Senator Francis Heiliger, we have inherited such a broken agency. We are trying to fix it every day. And it's paramount that our enforcement officers and our staff on the whole receive the adequate training so that they can dispense the proper information to our visitors as they come ashore. We are in communication with the other board members. We are speaking about this. We are trying to find out the best way to do so. There has been training in the past, but it's not sufficient. So we need to get a comprehensive training package together so that this can truly happen. But like I said, it's a very, very broken agency with very limited funds.
Well, thank you so much. I think I heard my time called, but I just want to wrap up by saying that this is a very important industry here in the territory, and it's almost like all our taxis, whether we choose to accept it or not, are ambassadors. They're representatives of who we are as people of this territory, and the information that they get and put out and the type of assistance that they do get from the commission is paramount to what we are going to be viewed as to the outside world. So I really hope that they do get what they need, and I will continue to look and support and help in any way that I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I say something?
Thank you. Before you say something, excuse me, my throat no way. It act up there. Miss George, I hear you make reference to a broken agency. And you know, the last time the Taxi Cab Commission was before us and I called it a dysfunctional agency, I was criticized for calling it dysfunctional. But here it is, we're hearing again now from within that it's a broken agency, and there's a lot of work to be done. And we need to, you know, outside of having this public hearing, we're gonna have some discussions offline because we really need to get this agency up and running. And I don't mind being a champion for more funding and whatnot, but one thing, any entity come and ask for more funding, I want to see the fruits of the labor. I am not just going to champion for more funding and then we can't see the fruits of the labor. And So we gotta, with that said, is the Taxi Cab Commission office, are you guys properly up and running, operational at this time?
Yes, both St. Thomas and St. Croix are operational and manned, yes. And as Assistant Director Gums mentioned, she is looking for space on St. John as well for at least twice a month to have a presence on St. John.
So where are these offices on St. Thomas and St. John, and what are the hours?
The St. Thomas office is in the Property and Procurement Building in Sabes on the first floor. The St. John office is not yet, it has not yet been designated. We are still hoping to hear something back. I know she's in communication with the St. John administrator, working that out.
So St. Croix.
The St. Croix office, I am not familiar with exactly where it's at. I am not one of the members that have visited the St. Croix office as yet, again, due to financial constraints. But I know I've spoken with the employees several times. I know that it's in the Property and Procurement Building as well on St. Croix. Not sure of the exact location, and I know it's inadequate, and we need to do something about that.
Okay, I'll move on, but this is bad for business, because if a board member can't tell me where to go for services on St. Croix, then I'm not sure if anyone else in the District of St. Croix would know where to go. But hopefully
It's in the
before...
Property and Procurement Building.
Okay, but I just want for you to be sure before we close out the hearing, if you could just find that out for us and let me know. We need to know what the operational hours are and what's a contact number for both districts, St. Croix and St. Thomas. So I need the location for sure, the operational hours, and what's the contact number before we leave the hearing, please.
Yes, sir. You need the physical location for St. Croix because it's in the Property and Procurement Building on St. Croix. Yeah. Operational hours are 8 to 5. Yeah. And I will get you the number. I'll scroll through my tickler and get the number for you.
And lastly, before I recognize Senator Saro, I was glancing through the Virgin Islands Code to take a look at the tariff of automobiles for hire. And I'm seeing that there needs to be a lot of work on this. It needs to be amended. So I'm asking and I'm tasking the board to take a look at Title 20, Section 404. Again, that speaks to the tariff of automobiles for hire. I'm asking you all to take a look at it as a board and come up with some amended suggestions for that part of the Virgin Islands Code.
Speak to that, sir.
Say that again.
May I speak? May I address that, sir?
Sure, you may.
Okay, thank you. Again, Myrna George, Taxi Cab Commission Secretary. We have hired, as of May 2nd, an attorney, and some of his priorities include the bylaws, because there was none existed. We have also asked him to establish the proper committees concerning the budget and enforcement, et cetera, based on the law. He's asked to review the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Section 274, Title 20, Section 401 through 415, Title 33, and prepare requests to the legislature to correct the inconsistencies. Additionally, he's working on updating the rules and regulations handbook for automobile for hire operators and prepare for promulgation. He's also developing SOP for taxi enforcement officers and develop employee handbook for administrative employees. This is in conjunction with the Taxi Cab Commission. So we are working on these items as we speak.
Thank you. So include that Title 2404, please.
Noted.
Senator Sarro, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little baffled by the conversation today pertaining to the Taxi Cab Commission because we've had this discussion over and over and over again. And the issue with the Taxi Cab Commission is the board. The board should be disbanded. We are going through executive director after executive director after executive director. There is absolutely no stability at the Taxi Cab Commission. You have last month, May, you couldn't even collect payments. And when you do, you're collecting payments by people who weren't even bonded because you didn't have one bonded employee to collect payments. Staff, the turnover rate, people are leaving, they're not happy. The budget is supposed to come up, and before this body when executive director sat there, the board didn't even include the executive director in the budget process. I remember under the previous executive director, he went through the entire process, interviewed 2 enforcement officers. They went through post. They quit their job. They were given letters to start at the Taxi Cab Commission. And because the executive director, because the chair of the board wasn't included in the process, we decided that we weren't going to allow those 2 people to start the academy at some $27,500. Really? And now you complain and you don't have enforcement officers, but the 2 that were hired that passed post, because egos went away, we didn't allow those 2 people to even start the academy so you could have additional enforcement officers. So if we're going to come before the body today, let's tell the truth. The commission is in shambles because the board has usurped the power of the executive director. 3 months ago, Ms. George, we asked you for transcripts for meeting. Senator Francis asked you for transcripts. Have you provided the transcripts of your meeting to this body? Yes or no?
Should I answer at this time?
I'm asking, were transcripts provided to this body? Yes?
They have not been provided as yet. I told them
hold
at that time.
Hold a second. So that would be 6 months that we've asked for transcripts from last year. And you don't have any transcripts to provide because there's no stenographer in the meeting. There's no note-taking process. And as we had the documentation last budget season, you guys were billing for meetings 2-3 times in a day. If you call and you had a conversation, you were billing the government of the Virgin Islands. If you debrief, you bill the government of the Virgin Islands. And the cost that went to some of the board members was exorbitant. And I'm coming today and I'm being direct because if the commission cannot function, the regulatory body for the ambassadors of the Virgin Islands, we are up a creek with no paddle. You had a website. Did the website come down? Ms. Dorr worked feverishly to build a Taxi Cab Commission website. I don't see it online anymore. Did we stop paying for the website to be hosted? What happened to the website?
I would not have that information as that was Executive Director Smith's call based on operations.
So the website was so beautiful. It had the rules on it. It was, Ms. Dawes sat here and explained just the whole process with the website. And today, I don't even know if we're paying for the website or not. Then I'm realizing that you have an assistant, executive director,
1 minute.
and you have. Did she say time? What? Hello? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. I'm realizing you have an assistant executive director, and you have an attorney, assistant committee of finance. There are no such budgeted positions. So how are you paying for these positions? Has a NOPA been signed? Assistant executive director, Ms. Gomes, do you have a NOPA? Ms. Gums?
Ms. Gums is not online. She's en route back to St. Thomas.
Ms. George, is there a signed NOPA for Ms. Gums?
I have not seen any. Again, Director Smith is out sick.
Okay,
And
so, and then Director Smith is signing on behalf of...
Time.
The Assistant Director Gums is signing on behalf of Ms. Smith, and Ms. Gums does not have a NOPA. There is no budgeted position for that. I mean, this is the problem right here. We ask you for transcripts. We don't even know if you're having a meeting on that. And the outcome of that meetings are supposed to be public. So, Mr. Chair, will conclude, because this taxi issue, we keep talking about they inherit a mess. That's the mess before us right now. We're hiring people, ain't budgeted, no NOPA. People aren't at the commission banded to collect the funds. We don't even have enough staff for St. Croix. You had 2 people that were going to be hired for enforcement. The day before the academies to start, we decided because Ms. Lloyd didn't see it or whatever, you know, they can't start the job. There was not even a compromise to say, well, okay, how do we get these people to work? I mean, we're talking about $27,500. If the commission fails, we have a problem with our taxi industry. Those are our ambassadors. So I am tired and exhausted of the narrative coming before us as if you had shambles. You had a website, you had drafted bylaws that had to simply go through the process and be approved. Don't act like you didn't have anything. Ms. Doyle used to come and testify. And those of us who sat in an institution before know that things were happening. But you can't function when you fire an executive director and then this one on medical leave. God knows if she's going to come back and how you guys treated her. It's wrong. What you guys are doing are wrong. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Charles, you had something quickly you wanted to respond to?
Yes. I am a taxi driver for 32 years. I used to run the road, but then I went and I was a taxi. I used to do tours, and Miss Smith had 2 meetings, one with our group, and she had another meeting with the town hall meeting concerning the tariff. But since Ms. Smith came on board, we saw our taxi commission for St. Croix. We didn't even know she was on board until I went on the radio and I said, well, they put somebody as the taxi commission, and St. Croix Taxi doesn't know who she is or who they were. And then Ms. Smith called me into the office and she explained to me who she was. Since Sarah left, and I don't know if he was fired or what, I asked him, when last, who are you to the taxi? I knew who he was, but he said that he's I said, but we don't see you in St. Croix having any meeting with our taxi. So we don't know nothing, what they do, who they put. Is when I went on the radio and I said they put somebody in charge after Sarah, they put Mr. Sean, then they fire Sean, and then they take Miss Smith. Well, now I know she on sick leave because she called me and told me that they were having a meeting on the 8th. I think the same meeting you was going to have. And then they say you had a meeting with the agriculture. And then 10 o'clock today, I came, I didn't have nothing to put forward. And then I hear today on the radio, and I said, curiosity killed the cat. I go in to hear what was, and I end up being a testifier.
Well, if your curiosity ain't gonna kill you today. Thank you for coming and putting
I know because
stuff
I'm here.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears a little bit because we see that we have a lot of problems that we need to address with the taxi commission and whatnot. But I want to switch gears to the operators, the tour operators who are here because, again, we need to be prepared for the upcoming months when we're seeing this influx of passengers coming in, and I just wanted to know how prepared are we getting for, you've heard the news of the numbers to supposedly to triple, correct? Ms. Ponce?
Correct, Teresa. Ponce Island Networks. I wanted to address the triple increase because we also are port agents. And part of what we do, we handle the bird reservations.
Right.
And I mean, I want to put on record that we have not received or been contacted by Department of Tourism. We usually would have meetings with Port Authority. As we get bird reservations,
Right.
we confirm it with Port Authority. And as far as the schedule that we have, I mean, it's not an official schedule, but it's not what's being put out as far as triple increase.
So what we're seeing now is a total disconnect in communication because there was a whole press conference done at the last Sea Trade. And again, we can't hold the best kept news as a secret because then how do we be prepared as a territory? So if this is the case and you still have no knowledge to date, June 21st, when Sea Trade was back in April, then we definitely have a problem. So we'll be reaching out to, again, the departments, the Department of Tourism and the VI Port Authority, just to make sure that y'all are receiving the information that you need so that we could be a prepared territory. Ms. Gerard, you had something you wanted to add? Because if Ms. Ponce is telling me that she had no information on this, then I'm almost certain that you had no official notification on this either.
Well, I had the opportunity to look at the press conference, and we recently, I was invited to meet with representatives of Royal Caribbean. They were meeting with Parks and Recreation, Port Authority, and there was a representative from the Department of Tourism. And then I was invited to meet with additional representatives of Royal Caribbean by Island Networks. So I have met with Royal Caribbean. They're the people that say they're going to increase and make this investment. But I think so the season, the 23 season, it depends on, there's a 2022, 23 season, and then there's the 23-24 season. So the way the seasons work, that might be the issue about this dramatic increase, right? But please know that in 2015 and 2014, when we had 120 ships, we handled it. Island Networks has a system in place. There are tour operators in place. There are, at the time, there was an association in place that was filling the gap for those people that came off that didn't prepay for a tour. Even today, although it's a little bit, as a passenger, it's more cumbersome because it's a long walk from the ship to the end of the pier. Yep. And I don't know if you've been out there recently, but when we look at who the passengers are, there are a lot of passengers that have mobility issues. So there needs to be some discussion with the Port Authority, because they're the front line, on increasing accessibility and ease of transport from the end of the pier to the tour providers, okay? there was a system where, and I understand COVID was a disruptor, but that's long been over, at least in the cruise ship world, where the vehicles were on the pier. So anybody that prepaid gets on the vehicle by the ship. The rest of the people who have not prepaid, they took that walk or took a drive with the vehicle that was provided by the Port Authority. So we know how to do it. We know how to do it. We've done it. We just need to have those systems reinstated. We need to have the tour operators and the taxi operators, you know, working in concert with each other, and we've done that before. And I want to say that the takeaway from Royal Caribbean that I had was that the passengers were overwhelmingly pleased with their excursions and experiences on St. Croix. That there's nothing to do on St. Croix is a fallacy. It's a falsehood that is promoted to continue to skew the growth of tourism on the island of St. Croix. And when we have a commissioner of tourism, a port authority that serves a territory with 3 distinct destinations, one is going to always lose, and that's St. Croix. And that's something that we need to address. And I'm not going to go any further.
So,
Thank
you. You said something that I wanted to address too, but I can't. I decided not to address it since the Port Authority is not here, or tourism is not here. Port Authority was here before, and we already addressed it, and the Executive Director, Dow, did state that he will look into the matter and have a discussion with the Department of Tourism as well. And that's with regards to the length of the pier that you spoke about, and the passenger, the age of the passengers that we're seeing coming off. I forgot how long they said that walk is. But definitely, definitely what we would need is to have a trolley there, bringing some of these passengers down, because a lot of our passengers are elderly passengers, and believe it or not, not for you guys, because you guys know, but for the viewing and listening audience, there's a number of disabled passengers as well coming off. And again, a lot of people utilize the pier for a little exercise place and whatnot, and some people who do it for the first time realize, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that this pier was so long. And so there are difficulties there, and these are things that we wanted to address in today's meeting. Of course, the key stakeholders are not here. And also, if there's a true increase in the cruise line passengers coming, and I don't see the need to not believe, because I heard it from the cruise line executives themselves, stating that the numbers do intend to triple. The information just probably haven't been shared yet. The thing is that the cruise lines and the captains always tell you that the thing that they want to see is things for the passengers to do. We're not saying that there's nothing for the passengers to do. That would be false, like you said, yes. Yeah. But there can be more. One of the things that I have always talked about was doing some reenactments utilizing our school students in our fort in Frederickstead. We used to do that back in the day. I haven't seen that done. But we need to have more for them to also see when they get off the ship, other than these abandoned and dilapidated buildings in the downtown area. And sadly, a number of them belong to the government. but we're trying to address that right now as well. Now, in having the conversation, there's talks about gentrification and whatnot. The measure that I'm working on, we're not trying to drive our local people out of the downtown areas at all. What we're trying to do is make sure that we take care of these old buildings, what we see in downtown that's not serving any purpose. It's not providing housing. It's not providing offices. All they're giving us is a sore site and a place for a criminal haven. So we need to do better in our downtown areas. Downtown is where your economy is supposed to be driven. So we must take care of our downtown areas. I've traveled to other Caribbean jurisdictions and stateside jurisdictions. I mean, look at the downtown area and how they're thriving. So this is all I ask, that we do more. I'll be talking with the Department of Education as well as we move forward when schools open back again and whatnot, and trying to see if we could really see some type of partnership going on with Department of Tourism to do these reenactments and whatnot in the fort in Frederiksted. And the fort is controlled, the fort in Frederiksted, that is controlled by the local government. So we can actually have access to that and work with the operators to get more information as to what we can do. Now, what I wanted to ask the two operators that are here, how many employees do you have, Ms. Ponce? How many people work with you? Approximately.
Approximately 5.
Approximately 5. So, and with the influx that they're talking about, we're going to need to increase that. And we need to make sure that we're able to assist small businesses as well, so that they can hire an appropriate number of people to address what we're going to be faced with. Chant, I'm not sure how many people you have to include volunteers.
Well,
and I'm
this
sorry.
is Franda.
I'll be assisting you. This is a budget season now, and we will follow up.
Not through the Department.
Excuse me?
Sorry, just don't put it in the Department of Tourism.
No, I'm saying we will follow up to see where the monies are that was already appropriated for you, that you stated that you have not received.
Yeah.
And then going forward, if tourism isn't going to put out the monies, then we'll see what the appropriate place for you to be able to receive these funds.
Senator, I greatly appreciate that. If I may, Frandel Gerard, Executive Director of Chant. Chant, so I did an analysis a few years ago for the Department of Tourism where they gave us a $30 infusion and we showed a $250,000 return on net gross return on investment. So when we look at the cruise lines, we have the opportunity to increase, depending on the ship, if the Viking returns. So in 2017, Teresa called me and said, we have a ship that can't get into the ports down island because of the storm in October of 2017, and they're coming to St. Croix, and they need your walking tour. And I was like, can't happen, right? There's no internet. There's no way to get tour guides. It was October. December 31st of 2017, we had trained up 30 guides, and this ship came. And we took out, on average, 500 people on walking tours through the town of destroyed, dilapidated Frederiksted. And they loved it, right? Now, the taxi operators didn't love it because, and the the walking tour was what these people were on the ship to do, and that's what they did. And in the course of that limited, December, January, February, March, we took over 3,500 passengers out on walking tours. We have the capacity, but because of the inconsistency of the number of ships that come, because of the reduction in spending by cruise passengers, no business on St. Croix can be full-time devoted to cruise ship passengers. It is a part-time revenue stream. So we will be training additional tour guides. We have about 10 of them now. We will be training additional tour guides for the upcoming season to increase our capacity. And we anticipate, the chant core staff stays the same. You've got 2 part-time people, the executive director and the art program director. We work full-time, we get paid part-time. So we'll increase the number of people that we contract with for the tours for the upcoming season.
So thank you for that. And the inconsistency that you speak of, sadly, I only see that on St. Croix.
Sadly.
But hopefully we can get the Department of Tourism and the Virgin Islands Port Authority to address this. And at the same time, I'll be inquiring about the merger between Port Authority and WICO. At this time, what I want to do is give each of you before me just a 30-second closeout. And again, I apologize that the key stakeholders are not here, but we'll try to set a schedule and see if we could get some dates that we can actually have a follow-up, even if it's not on camera. But I'm going to start with Ms. George online, just to give a 30-second closeout as we wrap up this hearing. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You're a little faded, but I can hear you.
I guess the internet is not working too well again. I would just like to address for a quick second some of the things that Senator Sarro addressed. She painted the Taxi Cab Commission with a very broad brush.
Well, Ms. George, Ms. George,
yes.
I would prefer for you just to give a closeout rather than us having a back and forth. The statements were made. I'll just ask you all to address what you need to address, but let's just close out here on a positive note so that we will regroup again.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to meeting with her and addressing those items. Let me say thanks to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for inviting the Taxi Cab Commission to testify today. Please know that each member of this commission is committed in fixing whatever the issues are, whatever the problems we've inherited. We are facing them face on. We are going to do our best. We are committed. We are diligent. It's going to be tedious, but it's going to happen. I appreciate all of the taxi cab operators out there for being patient with us. We feel what's going on. We know what's going on. We're fully aware of what's happening, and we're going to do our best to remedy this situation. Again, thank you for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to discuss the issues of the Taxi Cab Commission. Thank you, sir.
And thank you for being here as well. Ms. Charles, 30 seconds.
I thank you for inviting me. to be a testifier, and I hope we have more meetings like this.
Thank you.
Because the drivers and them need to know what is going on because it's their profession. I kind of retire, semi-retire, but when the season starts, I will try to get them back together.
Okay, thank you. And you're with Sunshine Taxi and Tours.
Yes, I'm the interim president.
Right. And just know that we also invited Syncroy Taxi Association, and we haven't seen anyone. But I'll still reach out to them. No, we sent this out more than 2 weeks ago, so it wasn't last minute at all. All right, we sent it to the president, Mr. Francis Arthur.
Yeah.
Right.
But
all right.
we didn't hear.
Thank you. Though we know we didn't send one to Sunshine Taxi and Tours. We were trying to get information, but we didn't get all the information.
Okay.
Next time we'll do better, though.
Yeah. Because
Ms. Ponce.
Secretary
Okay.
for Sunshine Taxi.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in touch, though.
Okay.
Henceforth. Ms. Ponce.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator and committee, for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to hearing from the Department of Tourism, from the Department of Port Authority. We are always available. We are willing and able to prep for whatever influx we should be receiving, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Ms. Gerard.
Well, Senator Gittens, thank you so much for convening this meeting, for inviting us to testify, and to the other committee members. We look forward to really good progress in the near future.
Thank you so much. Again, thank all of you for your continued interest, especially in this industry. This is supposed to be our #1 industry, and we need to show more interest, and that's to the other entities that haven't showed. Earlier today, just for a recap, we did hear from the banking and financial institutions. It's been a long day. I'm hungry.
Haven't had lunch.
And we had a good discussion. The office have received a number of calls. I have a whole bunch of text messages to open and read, but I could see some of them saying that this conversation needs to continue with regards to the banking and financial institutions. That was a good discussion this morning. I thank them again for coming out, and then we heard from the tour operators and taxi representatives this afternoon. Thank you all, and I believe that the committee will be meeting again next month on agriculture this time, but we will send out the appropriate information in a timely fashion so that individuals can know. And whenever we do set up that meeting with the Port Authority and or the Department of Tourism, I will be sure to give you all timely notice as well. This time I want to say thank you to the staff who has worked through lunch, and I didn't even provide lunch today. I know I'm going to be looked at a little cross-eyed. I apologize. There goes the looks already. You can't see it on camera because the camera is pointed at me. But thank you all so much for your dedication. Thank you, Ms. Picard, who is not a member of my staff. She's a member of central staff, but she's been here as our, what do you call you again? Our clerk today, the lady of many titles. Again, thank you all. Today, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. And yes, you too, my staff, I thank you all very much. The skeleton crew is hereby adjourned. Thank you.